We are live. I think we're here. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Mm, let's get some of that sweet, sweet coffee in our veins. A little early today. Getting after it a little bit early, but as one does, right? That's okay. Just gonna try to fix this. I don't know where my chat is. I can't get the chat to work. It says it's live, but I don't have a chat. Super duper annoying. I have no idea how to fix that. Pop out dashboard. Maybe. Um nope. That's not gonna work. Where will I get my chat then from? Just gonna toss this here. It'll take us a minute to get set up. Um I have no idea how to log in. Okay, I'm just gonna email it to myself. I'll be like an old man. Get the link some way. And then again, just trying to refresh this a bunch. I don't know how to fix that. Save. Maybe if I go back into it here. No chat for me. That's all right. We're going to figure it out. Okay. I think I can just use the chat over here, maybe. And then maybe I don't even need this. Right? Let me get this over here. What's up, TC? How are you? So I think the chat will work here. I think that'll be just fine. And then this, I hope, works tomorrow, but whatever. It is what it is. And yeah, so welcome. We're here a little early, but GameStop's not done much. And the market sold off this morning, and it's been working on a reclaim of that, which has been going pretty nicely. So again, picking up where we left off yesterday, if we can continue to hold this downtrend line, right, specifically as support above it. If we go a little bit below, that's fine. But it's when we get a clean break above or below it that we get the confirmation we're wanting. Below, we want to close out our trades. Right, if we get a breakdown, I'm out. I'm absolutely done with these. Goodbye. If it continues to hold, yeah, I'll wait and see and take it day by day. If it gets obliterated, or sorry, if it breaks up, then we're definitely holding, right? Breakdown, get out, hold the line. Just pay attention, stay on the pulse. And if it breaks up, then it's just kind of like you can put the blinders on and just hold it into earnings, right? And then you don't have to care so much. So, just chilling there. And yeah, welcome everyone. I hope you're having a great day. Thanks for stopping by. And we are just straight up relaxing. I got nothing to do today. Just hanging out. If you have any things to share, we'll go through it, right? I'd love to go through it with you guys, and should be no problem. Let me just make sure that this is working. And we are just straight up beautiful. It is. It works. I can mute myself. I could probably even just pause it. I did hook up a radio for myself because I was getting so bored yesterday, right? And I can't have the music playing on YouTube. I don't think that works at all. So I hooked up a radio. I got the tunes on the side, so it should keep me a little bit more engaged throughout the day. I looked at the reverse repo last night because we seen some posts about it. Oh, and I've got some things to complain about too. But people were like, "Oh, reverse repo, dumping mortgage-backed securities for cash." But A, I don't see any proof of that, and B, I see the reverse repo at all-time lows. Right, GameStop breaking over its 200. That's awesome. What is it, Fred repo? Look at this. We're down and out. So this, to me, is market confidence, right? That's how I interpret this. Here, there's lots of market uncertainty, right? But then, the market picked up and this uncertainty left the market, and things have been just chucking up at a record pace since. So we would expect that to continue until this, starts to work its way back up, right? And then, banks are no longer comfortable leaving their money in the market overnight. They're like, well, let's put it, with the Fed. That's going to be safer because we're worried about, the potential risk that could incur. So I don't think there's anything to look at here, like, ooh, right? Nothing. So that's that. I also seen, some indicators on Superstonk today that show the price going into the moon. So probably a good time to scaling out those option contracts if you have them. Right? I don't think that is going to be good long term. Right? We know what happens when Superstonk comes out. It's like, oh, stock's going to $40. And then we're going to, check in on IV throughout the day. We've got our options chain up for you guys to see real-time data. IV a little up. Let's make a little post about that. Oh, you might hear me sing throughout the day. If you're ever interested, I mean, my Spotify is public as well. Handsome Boy Modeling School. You will not regret. It's pretty good. So let's make a post this morning, right? Let's get on Chrome. And then we're going to restore these windows. And we're going to make a new post. Send it everywhere. Let's do it like this. Aftermarket close, not AMC, you goofballs. No, I won't make it a joke. I shouldn't be rude. It is a good way to tag AMC though. I won't say that either. I'm such a dick. I need like a link to that window, which is over here. Pop. Boom. I mean, this looks pretty good. We've got those 23s just chilling. The warrants are chilling today as well. Not really doing anything. Does GameStop ever do anything? You gotta act like the other streamers you're gonna be successful, dude. You be like, oh my god, the craziest thing just happened. You gotta hear all about it. GameStop trades below its average volume again. Womp womp womp. On that note, we're already almost at about 2 million volume on the day, so maybe we're trending above our average today. That could be. Make sure to leave a like on the stream when you guys get here, eh? It certainly does help quite a bit. All right, appreciate that as always. Let's build a list of things to go through tonight as well. Still really low. IV, it could definitely go higher, but we really need just to focus on the broader market. Still not working, hey? I wonder if I could just search for the actual stream. Firefox can't open this page. It's a confusing life. I'm not sure I'll ever figure it out. We are invalidating our order block this morning, which is really good, converting it here with an entry into it to break our block, which is great, but the market maybe is it's going to pull back on us here. I don't know. Doesn't look great. There's a good chance we break down. But I don't know. The market has been so strong that it's almost unlikely, but we'll remain vigilant. I might jump around here today. I was actually looking at this this morning. That's crazy. So Trump says he's going to invest in robotics in 2026. So we got a lot of robotic names going up today, which is actually something I made a video about a couple of weeks ago because they announced Operation South Spear and they're like, oh, we're going to use robotics to combat, these operations in the Caribbean. And um, so KITT is like a nautical robotics company where they're doing like sea exploration robots, right? Um, so the two go together pretty decently, I feel like. Yeah, it's really going. Hi, Maya. Let's add that to our list today, then, right? Let's see if we can hold VWAP, and then that'll give us more room on GameStop. GameStop going through a break of structure, potentially here, higher high off of its market structure shift on today's potential low before its 200 reclaim. I don't know where my VWAP went up here. Grab that back, right? Which, it's typically just the same as the 200, but it's good to have them both. Make sure to leave a like, drop a comment. Just helps the stream get out there, I suppose. Again, we talked about the overnight repo being super duper low. So, I think confidence does remain high in the market. And I mean, it technically looks pretty good, but we have to react in real time, right? So we're just kind of chilling. A Pippin and Gandalf? That cannot be correct. Is this someone just discovering the bid ask? What do you mean I don't get to sell on the high? Yeah, not much going on. Utilization is still low, which is good. A lot of excitement about the warrants, which I actually don't mind. I think the warrants are pretty decent through earnings for exposure. Probably a little bit better than option contracts at this point. You could do one final buy-in maybe here midweek to try to close out next week, but the closer you get, the higher the risk is. So size in smaller, right? Holding the 200, which is good news for now, anyways. Because that's opinion based. It would be cool to have a live IV tracker. You mean like the one you have right in front of your face for each of your individual contracts? Yeah, that's different though. Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess we have that here at the money IV structure, right? It exists, I suppose. This is quite a bit lower than what Market Chameleon's advertising. Let's at least get it above the average, right? What the fuck? How are we so suppressed? Where is that coming from? Oh, it's still alive. We've squashed it now. Clearing this buy side is going to be really important. There's also an order block here from the third rejection. So it's, unlikely that we reclaim it, but heck, I certainly would like this SPY to be strong today. Warrants up to 420. Blaze it. You got to rip the bong every time the warrants hit 420, bud. Well, that's just how you make it through the day. Everybody knows that. And I mean, we are running out of time, right? Like there's 6 days left. 2 of those are the weekend. So, or is it even like 5 days, isn't it? And I need this window to be like semi see through. 6 days. including today. Right, tomorrow it'll be 5 days. Right, 'cause today's Wednesday. C, which is only 4 trading days. Something to be aware of, I suppose. Specifically, if that market was going to break down, so there's very little time for it to reverse back up if it does break down. And that's why we just want to cut those contracts. It's okay to watch them, though, right? We'll just sit here every day and monitor, and that is what it is. I'm also curious of the best time to be streaming. I wonder if it should be in the afternoon, just as like a recap when people get off work. I wonder if that's better than just being here all day doing nothing. Because it may become more popular with me being active, right? Now, it is hard to be active all day with GameStop. It literally does not do a lot. So rather than like a 4-hour stream that's not much happening, maybe just like a 2-hour stream post market to wrap up could be better. We'll figure it out. We'll get something to work, I'm sure. But in the meantime, yeah, make sure to hit that like button and all that goodness. Maybe after you guys make decent coin here a couple times, you can go advertise out and about. I don't really do much of that. I'm trying to do more on Twitter and Blue Skies, but I'm not super good at social media. It's like a lot of bragging that I don't do. Same as the streaming, I guess. Like some people get so excited about everything just to like, curate that environment or attitude or like energy, right? I get it. It's good for the stream. I get everybody excited about some crazy obscure thing, but I don't know. I'd rather remain level-headed and have correct trades because I'm an emotional guy, right? I get swept up in it, so I got to keep it chill. $15 still looking good. We're worried about a reversal signal, right? So just like how we started this whole run with the 15-minute reversal, so too will we end it in a bearish fashion, right? So just making sure these EMAs can hold and then making sure the price stays above that 2260. Because if they reverse, then that's key level breakdown, right? With a reversal. And we already have that market structure shift, but we'll see. We'll see. I want everybody to be really cautious. Because I know, there's like some posts here that are like, oh, we're going to 1 billion, everyone. And it's just like, no. You guys are crazy. It's like, I understand you want to sell covered calls into earnings and capitalize off IV crush. I get it. Where was that? There's another one that was even worse. This one. Actively charting the price up to over 120. You know how fucking ludicrous that is to me? What an irresponsible thing to post. This is the same person who was yelling about ducky calls too, right before a massive crash. Not good. You can be the TA king or whatever, right? You could bless you be the king of TA. Of yeah, this is your technical analysis. Holy fuck! Count me out. This is brutal to me. Oh my god. But that's the thing, right? You can be sensational. You can get those clicks, but it's the difference between an uncomfortable lie and a the reality, the truth. Like the uncomfortable lie's got a big lineup of people who want to participate in it, and the uncomfortable truth has got nobody in it. It's crazy, man. And that's why I'm here, right? Because I'm tired of seeing that shit. It's crazy. Teach you guys how to trade like an actual trader. None of this, Ouija board, you know. It gives us all a bad name. It makes TA look bad. But in reality, it's incredibly simple, It doesn't have to be this big complex, overbearing mechanism. All right, GameStop finding some love here. It's not much, but heck, a whole 3,000 shares of love. Look at that volume. Maybe we can go over setting volume alerts one day, because I do have volume alerts on my GameStop. I think it's a 3-to-1 relative volume. I think I've got set up on the 20-day average. Right, so whenever because volume precedes price action, right? Whenever the volume hits above its average, exponentially so, the 2 to 3 times, then we want to be aware of it, right? We want to know GameStop's trading above its average volume or its relative volume. And then you don't really have to pay attention as much if you're just a shares person. Like, obviously with the contracts, there's a lot of risk, and I want to be watching the market in case it breaks down. I need to exit my position. But with the shares, man, you could just like let that hang out and set a volume alert and just, go live your life. And oh, look, here's a GameStop volume alert. I'm gonna get on. Also, I seen someone talking about. I just love to complain about what other people have to say. But GameStop short interest, right? And they're like, oh, it's got 13 days to cover or something, right? 11 days to cover. Well, the squeeze is going to go on. Like, oh, it's going to squeeze so high because 11 days of squeeze. No. This is based on average volume. And when's the last time you seen GameStop squeeze on average volume? It doesn't, because it's not doing 6 million shares when an event happens. It's doing 20 million. It's doing 100 million shares. And that average of 6 million is where they're calculating the 11 days to cover, right? But in reality, the volume hits much harder than the average, and it only takes them an hour to cover, maybe one day, right? Not to say that it can't run for multiple days, right? And things can cascade or whatever, but just to say that this is how many days it's going to squeeze for is absolutely crazy to me. That's not how this works. And I'm a total bozo. Like, I'm a complete and utter doofus, and I know that. So, it's upsetting to me when I see people who I regard to be far more educated than myself, right, on the ball, saying these things. So, there's another complaint for the day. We got 2 complaints out of the way. Maybe we should write those down. And then what else? Oh, what do you call it? Overhyped. Probably a good time to scale out considering the overhypers are back. I can't call it SS. That's bad. S&P 500 continuing to hold, right? Ooh, can we clear this buy side? I said it wouldn't happen. But here we are. That's good news for GameStop. As long as the market holds, we can hold our calls, try to squeeze some more juice out of these lemons. Excuse me? I'm sorry. I'm used to being on my normal stream. Oh man. And this is only day 3. You guys are in for a ride with me, I assure you that. And I'm wrong about lots of stuff too, right? Like even though I complain about it, I'm like, oh, this is wrong, that's wrong, this is wrong. I'm wrong too, right? So if anything, it's just me projecting on other people because I know I'm wrong lots. So it's like when other people are wrong, I gotta jump on them, right? It's easier to tell when someone else is wrong than when you're wrong. Your own personal biases are so crazy. Like it's so hard to see through them. Truly, like even when you know, like they're there, it's like they still affect your thought process. So a buy side liquidity has stop orders for short sides above it. It also has limit buy orders above it because it's resistance, right? So you don't want to buy at resistance. You want to wait till it breaks resistance to buy, just as the shorts who are shorting this down are going to have their stop losses just above that, right? So when you can clear it, as we are attempting to here, you're now stopping out those shorts, which is buy volume, and now you're interacting with fresh buy orders, which is buy volume, right? So you're going to get some price expansion from the break of the buy side liquidity. Now we're coupling that with a bullish breaker block. We've invalidated this bearish order block. You know, that also is aligning with a market structure shift from this order block. And, you know, away we go, right? So this is exactly what you'd expect from this here. A lot of people play breakouts, right? Like those limit orders. That's exactly what these people are playing. And the shorts, that's exactly what they're protecting themselves against, right? Still no chat over here. That's crazy. At least the stream's running. I mean, that part's good at least. Excellent condition, it says, too. Perfect. 17 viewers. Please leave a like, drop a comment. Let me know how you're doing today. Share your favorite song. Songs for Moas, right? I've been building a playlist. Yeah, that's just such beautiful expansion off this buy-side breakthrough. Aside from that, what else is going on? What else we got going on today? Did you see the new chase card? I did. Blazin'. I said that. That's crazy. I was like, Wards 420 blaze it. oh. Mr. AI chatbots in Super Stonk too. Pumpers are out, baby. Womp, womp, womp. I just don't know how. I just don't know how people can get behind the AI DD, the chatbot DD. It's crazy. Fucking Bob. Copy and pasting from chatbot. Then that's the danger, and that's what made me worry about Burry too. Like, Some of these charts look suspect to me, man. I don't know. And like again, these I'm not saying that they're wrong. It's just it's suspect. I think it's a little dangerous. But I'm here for it. And I'm probably, like I said, wrong about a lot of it. I also don't think that the warrants have the same uh like price structure as the options chain. I think it's a little bit harder to calculate. And there's no order book behind it from the market maker to be correcting any arbitrage that would exist. So I don't know. I'm curious on those warrants. I got to do a little bit more learning on how the price of those are actually calculated. We got nothing. Nothing but some gains. Again, I think, whenever you see these names start coming out, Altimator, Bob Smith, and the random YOLO updates that suspiciously seem to change every time, right? It's time to start scaling out, right? That's what we did last time. Super successful. We're going to do it again. And, it's just the way of the world, right? Like if these people want to be pushing liquidity, fine, let them, but just take advantage of it, right? So when they're, pumping, make sure you're taking the sells, right? And that's how it all works. It's not just them doing it. It's like, you think Jim Cramer's doing anything differently, or any of those organizations? No way, man. When they say buy, they're like, hey, this is a fucking wicked buy. It's, oh man, this is looking really good. This is a good buy. That's them just looking to sell at a premium, right? It's the difference between selling on the bid and the ask for them, basically. And when their size is so large, it means a lot, right? Same as when they're saying, oh, you should sell this. This is, GameStop's going down. It's because they're looking for that share you have, right? They're looking to buy on the low instead of the high. I don't think AI really takes over at all, though. It's important to remember that we made the AI. It was a human brain that made, and to even call it AI is like super, like I wouldn't even. It's a language module. Like yes, the recall on it is great, but there's no free thinking, right? It's not AIG, like AIG or AGI. AGI. General intelligence. There you go. Which it doesn't have, right? It's just like, and that's, oh man, this is crazy tinfoil, but that's where we've seen, when Elon was like all up in the White House, and they like, wow, America's really doing like these fascist things. It's because they're using these language modules to, try to gain political power, right? And all the language module can do is reference past events that it already knows about. It can't free think into the future for an organic idea. So that's where we get, all these like basically, fascist protocols, I guess. I don't know. It's aggressive, but I think that's why, right? It's because they're just using the chatbots, and then the chatbot can't really think for itself or have a new idea. So it's just like, oh, I know what you guys can do. But I mean, I don't think I think it doesn't last. Like it's, they get very, very excited about it, right? And they're like, oh, we can run the government off this, or whatever it happens to be. But because it's not like wholly free thinking, it's not necessarily having any risk management to its decision process, right? There's no consequences or anything. It's just recalling information, right? And it's dangerous, There was someone the other day saying, oh, they're using chatbot to trade GameStop. It's like, holy Toledos. If that's not the most wild thing I've ever heard someone say. Like, yeah, use chatbot to learn your specific indicators to teach you things, but to make real time decisions that affect the future, oh man, that's uh that's aggressive. And people just roll with those decisions, and maybe they themselves aren't weighing the consequences to them, their backlash potentially. And we even see that in the video game industry, right? Like recently, we've seen Epic Games come out and they're like, "Oh, AI is going to be in every game, so why disclose it?" And Steam says, "No, you are absolutely disclosing whether your game's got AI in it or you're not posting it here." And that's the difference between being aware of the situation and just like rolling with it. Like getting in on that FOMO, and then because you're in on it, your biases are now set, and you've got to defend this decision of yours somehow, and that's dangerous. That's all because of taking the quote unquote easy way out. When in reality, it's probably just making things harder for you in the future, like we've seen currently. Like I'd rather be wrong myself and then just like blindly go for answers and believe wrong answers, right? But again, it's still good to use and learn, but it's like it's just important for people to go into that situation and engage like interaction um with the mindset that this is you're basically talking to Ask Jeeves. Like, it's a magic eight ball, if you will. Like it's an advanced magic eight ball, basically. Like you shouldn't be making real decisions based off that. If you want to use it to teach you about specifics, factualities, sure. Right? Like ask chatbot, what is an order block and how do I trade it? Right? Things like that. Absolutely, yes. But to be like, okay, when do I buy GameStop today, or like when do I buy a SPY daily? Like probably not great. However, the ability to process information at expedited rates is impressive, right? Where we're like sequencing proteins and stuff. Like there are aspects of data analyzation that AI really is quite good at, right? Because it has that pattern recognition. It's like, this is that, and it does it real quick. Um, so there's going to be a lot of really good things too that we still are getting out of the current dog shit, language modules that we have. Um, and other companies obviously are, getting linked up with NVIDIA and making custom, modules or whatever for their own specific company and needs that aren't, it's not the GPT that you talk to, right? That's not necessarily what a gene sequencing company's using it for or whatever. Which would be cool to see how um, the design process is, because it's still definitely software being developed that just runs really fast, right, on the hardware. But it'd be cool to see the development of that for these individual companies via the NVIDIA Connect program. Maybe there's a documentary on it. That'd be cool. And again, you see that where like all these companies are signing up to be a part of the Connect program, um, and they're spending a bunch of money on chips to do so, right, to facilitate that. And it's like, man, I don't know where this extra revenue is going to come from, because it's not just like you got a lot of new product to pay for too. There's additional overhead on your business model now that there wasn't. So it's crazy to think that AI would save money when it inherently is costing so much to deploy. And it's not even a one-time deployment too, right? Like you've got to be doing updates to stay competitive with your peers, every 5 years, every 10 years at max, right? Which is again good for Nvidia, right? Selling shovels. Because Nvidia is guaranteed making money off these sales. The companies who are buying the chips and signing up to the Connect, they're not, right? Like that's still um, like theoretical into the future. They can project revenues all day, but whether they get them or not is going to be something else to see. GameStop hasn't performed as much as I thought it would. Well, we're on 8 green days. Do you think the warrants are making a difference? No. I don't think the warrants are making any difference. I think people are really hyping them up because they're expensive right now. And I think that that's dangerous, but whatever. If the broader market breaks down, we're right back to 19. We're right back to 20. So I'm cautious, right? That's why we're here. That's why we're watching it, staying alert. So if it does break down, we're the first ones to know, and then we can kind of act accordingly, right? So I don't think the warrants have much to do with our current price movement. If the warrants really were affecting GameStop, wouldn't they have affected it when it came out? Why did we bleed down to 20 post-warrant distribution? If warrants have such a big factor on the price, what's up with that then, right? If I'm to play devil's advocate, will the warrants drive price up? Yeah, sure. As they get exercised, the obligation is deleted though, right? So that can fade away. And remember that when they're exercised, that's a dilutive move, right? Which again is going to be bad for the stock as a whole, right? You're adding 10% of the shares. That means the price is going to go down by 10%. So I think it induces volatility, right? Both ways, up and down. Is it the factor that's dragging the price up? I'm not entirely certain on that. Yeah, and I don't think we're going to fill the gap this go around. Like I would like to, but we got to like 1 day 200 is a big deal. Right? Like we had such a hard rejection here last time, right? So since we broke through, the 200's point of super duper price separation, and I would expect another hard rejection. So that's, obviously far below 28, which is no gap fill. And the gap kind of did fill, to be honest. Like I know people don't want to say that it did, but it did. Go to the 4-hour chart. This is as filled as a gap could possibly get, bud. 6 cents, 7 cents. That's not an open gap. Not any way, anyhow. It's different on the 1 day because you don't get extended hours, but the liquidity is being grabbed there for sure. Right? So it's a little bit higher than this because it was pre-market. So I don't think that this gap is as open as people want it to be. We do have this one though at 29. Right? This is still a gap for us. Right here. So if you're looking for a gap above the current price, it does exist, but I don't think this is the one. And yeah, that's what makes me so cautious is that there's a lot of hype out there today, but a lot of resistance levels that we're going to need to clear first. And it's not that we can't, I certainly hope we do, but I'm not sold. I'm not sold on it. Like at any minute, the S&P 500 can break down, and then what, right? So just chilling, man. Whoop. And that's why we have the S&P 500 up on screen. Just making sure this downtrend can hold. Obviously, the market can break up from it. It can break down from it. We don't really know. It's quite indecisive currently. So just doing what we do, right? Holding exposure through the pre-earnings run-up. It's that simple. We are not trading based on price. We are trading based on time frame. And that time frame is the 2 weeks into earnings. Okay, I got to let my dog out. I hear him woofing at me. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. New high of day on warrants. 426. Again, not that it matters. Wake me up at $40, right? The robotics company is doing really well today. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. Appreciate you. I hope you're having a great day. If there's anything ever I can do to help out, please don't hesitate. All I ask in return is a thumbs up on the video. Leave a like. Goes a long ways. Well, is this the breakdown finally? I mean, all good things come to an end. GameStop's been green 8 days in a row. Bonjour. Comment ça va? I know very little French. Oui, bien, et toi? Mostly just like, oui, oui, oui. Sorry, I'm just kidding. Do you think the offerings have mellowed out the movement for GameStop? Yeah. For the time being. For a small window of time, they've helped relieve some pressure. Helped cool some obligations. Mm-hmm. How's Tesla doing on the robot news? Don't they make robots? Pretty good. Maybe GameStop should make robots. What do you guys think of that? Huh? Right? Now that's how you take over the market. You guys seen the movie iRobot? Who do you think made those? You didn't see the little symbol on them? The GameStop symbol? You better watch it again. You'll notice it. I'm just kidding. That'd be a good meme, though. When their eyes glow red, they're just GameStop symbols. That would be lit. All right, we're back to VWAP on the broader market here, 681.80. Can we hold? Looks pretty gruesome, but market's been pretty boring, just trading sideways for almost a week now, I feel like. How many days have we just been trading sideways? 1, 2, 3, 4 days, number 5. Yeah, whole trading week of just nothing. The market holds its breath in anticipation of GameStop earnings. Just kidding. There's a lot of bearish divergence on the RSI, like the 1 hour. The RSI needs a small reset before continuation. Well, it does. The stock is up 8 days in a row. Yeah, maybe we're just kind of holding this downtrend too, though, right? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The cooldown might be more than you want it to be. We'll see, though. Momentum resetting, which is good. And the 1-day PMO did just cross, right? Which we timed bottom on perfectly. By the way. That's a 4 hour, though. Yeah, it's all fun and games until the 4 hour reverses. Right? We seen that last time. And we got one more push up, but that was it. And that's why you got to be so careful right here. This is the time to be selling. Any longs, anyways. But I mean, I've been wrong before. We are holding VWAP here, bouncing up. We'll see if we can reclaim the 200, and there's our momentum reset on the day. But yeah, I mean, 8 days of green on GameStop has just been, it's been too much. So, you got to be scaling out. You got to take profits here. Really, really important. Waiting for a pullback to 21, 22, push the buy button. There you go. If I was going to try to time a retracement, yeah, 21.50, 22. That would be ideal. $21.88. Just under 22, I think, is good. But, it's only good if the market holds. If the market is like, yeah, I'm going to crash, then those aren't good either anymore, right? But as long as, the market holds and things keep doing what they're doing, like, bubble pumps hardest before it pops. So just hold on. Ooh. Leave a like on the stream if you're just showing up. It certainly does help the future growth of it and keeps me coming back and hopefully keeps you making money. With RC doing a few interviews lately, which were so bad. Like, I thought I was autistic. Holy fuck. He has the quite possibly most extreme Asperger's I've ever seen. That fucking guy is so awkward. You can tell he's got a good heart, though. You think he'll come out with a little guidance, or will he wait till yearly reports? I don't think we'll get guidance, but I think when we do, it'll fuck up the stock big time because a lot of the earnings recalls, and you see the volatility right in them. There's a lot of algorithms trading that news, right, which is typically what algorithms trade. Um, and if they beat earnings, right, like if they have a double beat, and then they do an earnings call on top of that, like with guidance on the call, it's that's a triple beat, and the market is going to eat it up. So if they beat on earnings, they beat on revenue, and then he offers bullish, not just any forward guidance, but bullish forward guidance. That is the day that things will really start to go. But why would he? Why would he light the fire before it's built? Do you have when you go camping or whatever, and you're gathering wood or like kindling, and you put 3 pieces? Do you light the fire? No, you wait until you got your 30 pieces in there. You got your whole little wood cabin, your teepee or whatever built. You got some paper in the middle to light up, maybe a little gasoline. I don't know. You wait until it's ready, right, to light the fire. And I think that the longer he waits to light the fire is more time for shorts to pile in because they're obviously not leaving, right? So just attract more of them. That's fine. You've seen Elon do this too back in the day. Like he would come out and he would just say some crazy shit. Like he would do an interview where he's like, "I'm the king of Mars," and the stock would plummet because people are like, "Elon's lost his goddamn mind." And then, a week later, he's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, it was earnings, and we have a new product coming out." Ha 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 ha. You know, um, so it's like these CEOs, I'm almost positive, look to bait shorts in, right? And then they'll come out with bullish news after just to absolutely murder them because they have that power, right? They can definitely move their own stock with the things that they say. So they'll come out and be an idiot, say something weird. The stock eats shit, and then they take advantage of that, right? And you as a stockholder can as well. And I would expect more of that. I would expect Ryan to be saying, pretty cringe stuff. But I'm down for it, right? Tank the stock because I'm looking to load up again, right? Like we're doing these earnings plays and these option swings. I need good entry, right? Things can't just go up forever. I mean, my options expire. I'm not going to just roll them into oblivion because one day they will crash, and that's not good. So I don't mind volatility. I like it, and if you can start to read the chart a little bit, they're they're making these tweets at specific times, or like these posts or these engagements. They'll wait to a bearish crossover or a bullish crossover, technically speaking, and then they'll confirm it, right? Like if you wait until GameStop has a bullish crossover on the one day, and then right after that or during that time frame, you put out, like some hype or whatever, it's going to make the signal confirm, right? Versus a potential rejection. And they know that. They're doing it. 21K call wall at 23 for the fifth. Yeah, but that's pretty close to the money. It's not really a call wall at that point. The fifth is this week too, isn't it? It's not uncommon for us to trend above max pain. Right? Not uncommon. When we're 25% above max pain, that's when I start to like, oh, okay, what's going on here? But 10%. Could pull back, sure, but I don't really get nervous until, we start 20, 25% above max pain. And then it's like, okay, something's going on here. Should I be selling covered calls? Like, what's happening? Why are things so out of skew? Because you can definitely take advantage of that because it doesn't happen often, right? Definitely like an arbitrage opportunity. And typically that's when you see like a gamma hedge flip on the market maker's behalf. It's around that 25% mark. I don't track gamma max. But, I guess I do. That's how I do it. It's just an estimate. GameStop's really going to trade sideways all day. That's awesome. Man, KITT's still going. We've seen this bounce off the 200. It's back up to kind of high a day here. Robotic companies looking pretty good. I mentioned this on the YouTube channel weeks ago. KITT is a major contender for 2026 because of Operation South Spear. Nautical robotics. Pretty cool. Specifically when we see also this Russian oil fleet getting taken down. Those drone boats. That's like basically robotics too, right? Is a drone considered robotic? Or is it its own thing? I think it's got to be its own thing, right? Pretty similar though. Batteries, bro. It's a commonality. Let's talk about that 4-hour RSI retracement. See, now I'm doing RSSI. Jesus Christ. I don't even live in America. I'll tell you what, the music has been helping me drastically. Usually I get pretty bored, but we're doing all right. Some price action would be even better, but what do you do, right? What do you do? Let's check out the options. Yeah, I think we probably get into 23, maybe 23.50. Maybe not. Maybe it's 22.5. That'll be a big indication for next week where we finish, right? Like if we can clear these in the money, right, and we do finish at like a 24.50 maybe, or God forbid 25. I doubt that, but Um, so a lot of obligations into next week if they're in the money. Not that people are going to be exercising them, but it's a lot at 24. A lot at 25 for the week after. 1925s. I mean, I'd sell those. 25 is above the 200 too, right? Where we expect our rejection. Yeah, 24. I don't think selling 25s is a bad idea. But you need to make sure that you sell them above your average. I don't want anybody losing their shares below their average, right? And again, I wouldn't really be jumping on that gun until the SPY broke down, because it could climb up higher and you could get more premium for your share. We did bounce off you up there, aggressively so. It's a good sign for this afternoon. Making a higher high now, which is good. Market structure shift in play. Doesn't mean we won't retrace, but it's a good sign of a reversal. What is this, Weeble? We're going. Nothing new. Hi, Maya. Yeah, I don't think we get forward guidance until there's something to forward guide. Maybe post Burry guidance, we get forward guidance. Because Burry said he had some ideas for GameStop this December, right? Um, Maybe Ryan likes what he hears and can implement it potentially. And um, because Burry's already said it publicly, there's not really any revealing your hand. So maybe Ryan can come out and be like, hey, you know what, we're doing this thing. Is it a good idea to buy puts in case of a squeeze? No. Um, After the earnings, I don't think so. Is it too risky? The expensive premium due to the high volatility. Um, yeah, they'll still print, but there's a lot of risk involved there, right? The IV right now is still quite low. Um, and would go up if it squeezed, even on the put side of the chain. But I mean, if you were confident it was coming back down, that's fine. Um, and it's something you could gain comfortability with, right? Like, so if it's something you've not done a lot before, um, you just size in small, right? Like, maybe 0.5% or 1% of your portfolio, right? Just a drop, right? And then if it worked out, then you're like, okay, this is a thing. Maybe I'll size up a little bit next time, and then all of a sudden you've hit it 4 or 5 times or 4 out of 5 times. You're like, okay, I got pretty good hit rate on this. I can actually size in normally now, right? Just to scale out, you know, um, determine for yourself where fair market value is, right? And then if you're selling above that, you're winning. That's the whole game of investing. You're never going to time top perfectly. So to sell all of your shares at once, I think is very dangerous. Personally, I would be bleeding them off. Last time GameStop squeezed, I think I started selling at 40 and my last sell was at 77, right? Um, so I didn't get them all at 77 by any means. Lots of them left at 40 and then 45, 50, maybe even like 52, and you just slowly bleed them off. Just like you average in, right? Just like you dollar cost average in on the lows, because you don't know when the low is, the very low, but you can be like, oh, this is a good deal. In my mind, the price is below fair market value. I can size in, I can start to load up longs, and you just do the exact same thing on the out, right? Because even when it does squeeze, it's going to come back, and it will squeeze again and come back. And, it's just the volatility gets introduced into the market, right? Like, so we worked our way up, we reclaimed the 200, then we squeezed, we hit the $80 mark or whatever, right? And then, next bar, boom, we're down at $45, right? And we're back up at $60, $65. So, um, you can scale out and scale in. Be patient with your scale ins unless you're scalping it right back out again. Because when there is a big move like this is free money for shorts. Just like you're going long at 19 and you're like, oh man, this is free money. I'm selling my fucking house. Like, I'm taking out a triple mortgage on this B. I'm going all in on GameStop because we broke our trend lines and this is just such a good deal and I know that, right? Those people are foaming at the mouths on these spikes as well. And they're, loading up on massive short positions during these spikes. So you could be too, but it's there's a lot of risk. I think a lot of these positions are naked, and then there's a borrow fee associated with that. And then they're dodging, high premium puts this way. But I think you still could definitely capitalize on some puts, no problem. You could even also be selling covered calls, right? Like, if you are like, you have a trading plan, you're like, I'm going to start selling a little bit at 50. Instead of selling the shares at 50, you could sell a covered call at 50. And if it gets called, you're still making the sell at 50, but now the IV is fucking sky high. So you're also getting a wicked premium for that. And it's like you sold at 52, even though you would have regularly sold at 50. The risk there is that the price comes back down and you just get the premium. You don't get to sell at 50. And now the price is at 30 when you could have sold at 50, but you only made $2 in premium instead of 28 or whatever, right? So I like to spread the basket a little bit. I'll do a couple covered calls. I'll bleed off some shares. Maybe a put or two. I don't like to do that very heavily, but because when something like, we wait all this time for it to squeeze, right? And when something squeezes, so a stock in motion has a tendency to remain in motion, right? So like, if a stock is squeezing, the chances of it continuing to squeeze are actually outweighing the reversal and drop of it. Does it absolutely happen? Yes, but how do you time the price that happens at, right? Because if I would have started to buy my puts at 40 and it continued upwards to 70, wow, no, I'm fucking cooked, right? Um, so it is dangerous because of the volatility, right? But if you wait, like if I was gonna buy puts, I would just wait for the actual reversal signals, right? Like to be doing it on a squeeze is too much, but you could wait until you have this bearish reversal signal, right? And then you could take some shorts here, right? And you could short it down to the 200, right? Say you get in, here 26, you could short that shit down to 22. Here again, reversal signal to the downside, right? You're getting in, like you have a reversal signal, and then you failed this retest, right? Here's your shorts at 25, short that shit down, right? Off of the reversal signals, not the squeezes. Like, yeah, size in a little bit, but there's very much chance that this just goes higher, and then you're cooked. Because how are you timing the top? Because this, when you're here, this was the squeeze, right? And then this was the squeeze, and then this was the squeeze. So you don't know in the time, right? Hindsight's 20/20, of course. But if you wait for confirmation to go short, I think that's a little bit healthier on puts. And then you're also dodging a lot of the IV because the squeeze is already, gone and the IV's rinsed down. But there's still some jelly in those donuts. Again, I don't really like to play short side, though. I'm not a bear. I teach you how to do it, I guess, though. As best as I can. We are really breaking out on the broader market, which is nice to see. Re-challenging this morning's bearish order block breakdown. What happened? Was there like some crazy news or something? Like, what was this sell-off about this morning in pre-market? That's aggressive. GameStop breaking up above that 23 as well, right? So, that's the big question. Is these 23s going to finish in the money this week? And not only the 23s, but, there's 2350s. There's the most 24s, and then we start to bleed down even with a good amount at 25. If we're to take past performance, and I know some people, max pain doesn't matter. You see that a lot on Superstonk as well, which is pretty funny. Jobs report. Everybody's got to have 6 jobs these days. Labor market's strong. Yeah, I mean 22.5, right? If I had to guess where we finished the week, 22.5, just based on max pain. But again, there are periods of time where they lose control over max pain, right? And then we trend above it into a point where there's a hedge flip, and then it crashes down below it. But I don't typically see that until we're 25+% over max pain. Could take weeks to build to that point. I guess the real question is how many of those fucking Januaries haven't been hedged appropriately. There's a lot of them. Kit's still going, huh? Holy shitoli. It's almost like someone gave you warning weeks ahead of time, and then also in the moment during the day. I'm just kidding. How was I to know that Trump would make an announcement today about robotics? I didn't. Actually, yeah, you did, because they literally mentioned robotics in their press release a couple weeks ago. It was clear as day, let's be honest. If I get something right, everybody's getting it right. That's how I feel. Like I'm a complete and utter bozo. So if I can figure something out, there's literally no reason that everybody can't also have it figured out. Truly. So whenever you see me doing good, just be like, man, I could do good too. If this kid can do it, man, it's going to be a cakewalk for me, right? No problem. So thanks for stopping by, everybody. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a magical day. Make sure to leave a like on the stream. It certainly does help. And, we're in these calls, right? So we're just kind of monitoring them, right? Holding on, trying to maintain as much exposure into earnings as we can. Now, we don't want to hold them through the earnings call. There's about an 80% chance we get a wicked IV crush on them. Well, there's about a 100% chance, but we want to scale out. We want to confirm profits. And if you want to leave 10, 15% through the earnings call so you can see just how badly they'll get burned, by all means, go ahead and do that. I like to too, but they're lottos, right? That's this house money we've already locked in. the majority of our profits so we can come again next time, right? Which there will be. We're going to have more earnings calls. And obviously, between the earnings calls, we also get a lot of technical setups, which we like to play. So you're in good hands. And it's just going to take some time, right? We got the Discord open. We're going to start onboarding people into that a little bit more rapidly, and maybe start doing some call outs for people. Not maybe specifics, but I don't want to be necessarily that guy that's moving liquidity to strikes, and then people are like, oh, I sell and cover calls, but all my entries are based on a technical model, not hype dates, right? So I'll never be able to burn you like that. That's the reality. Oh, cat's digging me out of my chair. She says, "Sir, this is a cat's chair now." We like to lean it back for her, and she goes on the back side. I keep the front half. So yeah, because my entries are always based on technical analysis, you're not buying the highs, right? You're always getting in on the lows. Which once you become a fairly successful trader long enough, and you're trading with other people and you're looking at their recommendations, you can tell when someone's selling you a bag. They're like, oh yeah, this is all-time highs today, but we're gonna buy in. Like, are you sure? But the reality is, like, they need to sell you their longs, and the order book, isn't strong enough to support their exit, and they don't want to melt the price down, because then that's obviously going to affect their bottom line. Some people do, and they're just like, exit. But yeah, don't ever buy anything that someone tells you to buy. Even me, right? You want to just watch and gain some trust, right? That's going to be important. And then, size and small, right? Don't bet your whole account on some kid on the internet. But a couple percentage points, sure, absolutely. Once you've gained a little bit of trust just by watching, and then you compound some profits through that, and then maybe you size up, and buy side liquidity rejecting on the 1 minute. I don't even know how you call that a buy side on the 1 minute with this much volume. Let's check out the 5 minute and 15 minute. 200 on the 5 minute, acting as nice support. The 15 minute looks pretty scary, but the longer we trend sideways, that 200 is gonna trend up and catch up or whatever, and then that's our area of support, right? So our risk reward becomes much tighter and easier to manage, right? Because I don't really want to stop out of my trade until we lose the 200, but there's so much room between us and the 200 that, that's gross, right? But if the 200 can catch up, well, we tried sideways, and then, that risk management becomes much friendlier for us. Things look good, though. We just need to hold. And we need the market not to break down and to start gapping up, right? We need strength in the broader market, and then we can go. I know you see this. Oh, it's negative beta. Everything goes down. GameStop goes up. I don't really think so. Not in my experience, but could be wrong. We did see that a little bit. I'll be honest. We seen GameStop go up when the SPY went down, and then when the SPY went up, GameStop kind of went down a tiny bit, not as much, but to claim inverse relationship, it is fun in games, and it's okay to watch in real time, but again, I think a bit of a dangerous call out unless you see it unfold in a larger time frame. Right. And I see Bitcoin go up. I see Nvidia go up, and I see GameStop go up. And I see GameStop go down. I see Nvidia go down, and I see Bitcoin go down. So where's the inverse relationship on the larger time frame. Yes, you've got GameStop above these, but that's dependent upon your starting point, as we've gone through that 100 times, right? You can easily scroll this forward and then they're all matched up and maybe even reverse. So it's like, it's crazy easy to cherry pick information to suit your bias, which is literally why I just tear everything apart. Yeah, eight days in a row is too much. But again, something in motion has the tendency to remain in motion. So to bet against that's pretty risky. Remember last time we squeezed? We had, 5 or 6 consecutive 5% days, where it's just every day GameStop was up 5% off of its low. And we had like a week of this, and then all of a sudden we gapped up to $35 and then to like $60. It was just green day, green day, green day. Which even some red days here, which is crazy, right? Oh, this is 1 hour. One, two, three, 4, 5. Like just a stream of solid green days with a reclaim of the 200, right? We've got a reversal, reclaiming the 200. Nice expansion over it, which we have a long ways to go yet, right? We're still below our 200. And I expect a rejection at the 200, honestly. And then I think we retrace back to the 50. We'll see, though. It looks really bullish. Like, this is a bullish fucking chart. But, we're smart enough to know that not all things last forever. And even if it remains strong, it's got to pull back, right? We need a brief pullback, a cool down. We kind of seen that on the 4-hour RSI. Right? We did see a bit of a cool down here. But we're back at it, right? We're back on our bullshit. So, this is again that area where you want to be looking at scaling out, right? Because we're not up here all that often. Just a couple times, right? So, just be aware of that. And if the one day gets up there, then woof. Definitely, we're at that position where you want to be protecting your profits, not blindly sizing in. If you weren't sized in yet, if you didn't have any exposure, then you would wait for the pullback, right? That would be the appropriate thing to do at this point. We're rejecting that order block this morning. Let's see if we can invalidate it. How many coffees can I have in one day? It's only 10:30. I'm already 2 coffees deep. Probably not great. Ooh. Warrants are straight up flatlining right now. That's whale teeth from OS if I've ever seen it. I was like, holy, the calls are way up, but we were a week out. They're still just chilling. $1.30 on last sell, which is good. That's awesome because we're in at 99 cents. These are a little less than they should be, but it's delayed data. That's why I've got real time up for you guys as well. If you're interested, we could pull up a level 2 order book. It's going to be dry as bones, though. Just gotta grab my dog quick. I'll be right back. Excuse me. Burr. No buying warrants on IBKR. That's interesting. This is a big broker. So, you see these little brokers. It's like, yeah, they're going to fuck you, whatever. But Interactive? What? Oh. LOL. Classic. Let's spend more time on this as well. That's pretty cool, Moltres. Do you? There goes Grandma's Christmas. Oh my God. So jealous. Deeply jealous of the power packs as a Canadian. You have no idea. Oh my God. I gotta move to America just so I can open power packs. You sure with the political situation the way it is? Yeah, it's the only way to get power packs. You gotta pay to play, baby. It's the way she goes. Well, that's the way she goes, eh, Ray? You guys ever watch Trailer Park Boys? I don't know if people from other parts of the world know about this show. If you've never seen it, probably don't watch it. Shout out to everybody on stream today. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a fantastic morning/afternoon. If you're on the east side, be sure to leave a like, of course. It's the fucking way she goes, eh, bud? Yeah. Oh, and the fucking way she goes is all the money in the slot machine, eh, Ray? Or the VLT. It's where some places call them slot machines and some places call them VLTs. Is the difference between like a slot machine is actually those spinners and then a VLT just does it digitally? Oh my god. It can't be stopped. Robots are taking over the world. Good evening in Europe. There you go. What's life like in Europe these days? Try a torrent. Of what? Randy and Leahy live in North Carolina? Interesting. That's a horse they beat dead. They are still doing trailer park stuff. Didn't Leahy super die? I'm pretty sure that actor has passed away some time ago. So I don't think he's actually living anywhere. Sorry, dark humor. That bitch dead. Oh, I've seen Eastbound and Down. Yeah. It's all right. I'm not as big of a fan of it, but yeah, it's okay. I haven't seen it in ages. Um what's that guy's name? He's actually pretty decent. Tropic Thunder, right? He's the pyrotechnician. Or Land of the Lost, he's the tour guide. Oh, you saw them in a comedy show. Yeah, that's what I mean. They're beating that horse dead. Like they're doing like live shows for it and like podcasts and like all this Christmas specials and stuff. Like I get it. Juice the lemon. I would squeeze that too if it was mine. Uh-oh. We might do it. It's a lot of rejection here though, right? These upper wick rejections, not looking great. And this is an area where shorts are going to reload, right? On the SPY side. But if we can clear it, we know what happens then. We get a little boost up. Warrants up to 426. Getting a little bit more volume here this afternoon. I think warrants were on high volume today. Let's take a look at that. Nah, not really though. Like higher volume the last couple days for sure. Right, last 3 days, definitely higher volume. Oh, a VPN. Well, I can do that, but then I have to sell them on eBay, which takes them out of GameStop circulation, and I don't think is great. Because I think you need an American account so you can. I'm out of camera focus. I don't have my OBS up. Are you sure? Uh-oh. Camera be gone. Much better. Danny McBride. Yeah, that's it. He's all right. He's pretty extreme, but he's a lot of yelling. Holy, the whole market's just at a dead standstill. How many days to the rate cut? What is it, CMB? CME. Next week. 7 days, 1 hour. And they're going to keep it the same, it looks like. Oh no, it looks like they're going to drop it. Never mind. Rate cut back on the menu. I thought they said they weren't going to do it. Those fuckers. That's 89% in 1 week's time. It's like they're definitely cutting rates. Which means market go gagoon. Right? Which we're going to see that because this wasn't this way. This was 50-50. We're going to see that bake in ahead of time now. So we should get a run into GameStop earnings based on that, I think. Sometimes it's just that simple. I'll add that to our write up here. So obviously, if we're going to cut our rates, Japan's not raising theirs. They're going to hold off because they're not going to do both at the same time. One's not going to cut what the other rates them or hikes them. Sorry. This was running this morning, having a midday reversal here. Probably rejects though. What time is it? Oh, it's still early. It's only 11. It's because I got here early. Yes, which is exactly why it's not going to happen. Right? Because it's America first, not Japan first. And I'm pretty sure America sets Japan's economic policy. Kind of like a false breakout here. Um, wants to force. I understand that everything's way down, but the yen itself is down as well, right? I don't think we're gonna get both at once. If we do, and obviously things unwind faster, but just not something I foresee working out. Typically, things don't work out in the favor of a GameStop holder. I don't know if you guys have been around for a while or not, but they'll do everything they can, right? So, um, I just don't see it happening. If it does, great, but I also don't really want the whole market to crash either. You know, I think, oh yeah, GameStop squeezes, yay, but at what cost, right? Like future taxpayers because they now have to like do a bailout, right? Like, because when banks crash, it's not bankers who starve, right? That's the sad reality of it. It's like future taxpayers and stuff. The poor. But I get it. I wouldn't mind if GameStop squeezed. Which is again, kind of why I don't mind the fact that they're doing, these dilution based moves. Because I would rather that that it takes 10 years to unwind. Whatever. I would rather it take longer and less people get hurt. Because the people getting hurt, Ken's not. He's going to be fine. Kenny's going to be okay, right? Andrew. Well, he's in hot water. How did that end up? Did he get off, or is that like gone through? What's up with Andrew left these days? More like Andrew nothing left. How did that? What's going on here? Ooh. Say what is today? Man, he's probably getting nervous. Previously set for December 1st, continued December 8th. I'm interested to see how this plays out, right? That'll be fun. Um, that's human nature to be a hypocrite, right? Like, we all like to point fingers, but it's hard not to do sometimes, right? It's like projecting. It's tough. Oh. All right, I'll be right back. 2-minute break. Mm. So yeah, I'd prefer that it is drawn out rather than crash the global economy. Because even if there is a bailout, that's still put on future taxpayers. Your kids and stuff, which isn't great. So it's just like you're parlaying your gains on a future generation. It should, but it won't. There's an 89% chance that they're going to cut rates next week. So the market's going to pre-bake that data in, which is upwards momentum. Clearing this morning's buy side, new high of day on SPY, clearing the pre-market high even. Nice. That looks really good for our GameStop calls. So again, as long as the market can hold, we're going to hold. If the market breaks down, I'm done. I'm out. Cut it. As should you. Now, if that makes you nervous, because sometimes these things happen quickly, scale out now. Sell 50%. If you sell 50%, you're covering, your fucking trade. Well, not these ones, obviously, but the gains on this should supplement those. But it looks good for more. We're going to continue to hold out, do our best. But we're not blindly doing so. Woo! That was good. And I mean, if we can break this 15-minute buy side here, then I think we look really good for having not only tested this downtrend, but actually, okay, now we're really going to break above it instead of just kind of riding it back and forth. Someone figured it out. Oh, they're saying the GME 1 calls aren't tracking. Which makes sense because the liquidity here is absolutely dog shit. It is crazy how many of them are still on the chain, though. Like if I was a market maker, I would not want us above 20 in January because it's a lot of obligation, and there's no way they go below 20. Like that's so fucked up. 25, they definitely got to cook us in January. There's no way we're above 25 in January. And that's Ryan's big goal. Don't kid yourself. Ryan's ultimate goal is to have us above 25 for these to expire in the money. Kid yourself not. There's a lot of obligations with those warrants attached to it, right? If there's forced delivery on these through exercise, woof. So there's going to be a lot of downwards pressure from now until January, right? Until that yearly expiry. But we all know where downwards momentum leads. Up. Oddly enough. And upwards momentum leads down. It's true. It's where a lot of beginner traders mess up. Because they're buying highs because they look strong, right? And then they're selling lows because they look weak. But in reality, you should be doing the opposite of that. The 1 second time frame. Okay, bud. Dude's watching the individual ticks. He's in the matrix. I mean, I could open up a level 2 for you. Um, this is a level 2 order book for GameStop. If you're interested in that, like if you're actually trading on the 1 second, you may as well be looking, at the actual trades. Yeah, it's pretty dry. There's not a lot on the order book. $3 million volume already. Which is tracking with its average. We're about halfway through the day. Pretty boring, though. I'm so jealous. Ah, shit. Yeah, I mean, I think the market looks strong. Retesting the downtrend on this morning's job report and just straight up V recovery. It's very strong. It's like a Nike, just do it, right? Well, the price was when we did call outs at 19 and 20. but you could average in, right? You got to be responsible. You need to set your risk. Where does that stop loss go, right? And then the stop loss determines the size of trade you can make. I know a lot of people don't trade that way, specifically with GameStop, but if you're not managing risk, what are you doing? So, like your stop loss or would determine the number of shares that you can buy, right? Unless you're just like YOLOing, which is kind of different and doesn't require as much logic because it's just a lottery. I was more nervous to start the day going long here than I am now, seeing that the rate cut next week is a basically confirmed thing. So I think it's okay. I think maybe GameStop even gets a gap up because of it. To the extent who can say maybe 5 to 10%. I always wait for a pullback, and if you don't get it, you wait for the next one because it's just about a technical entry model, right? And our entry model there's no entry model here. Like this is straight up chasing, right? But your entry model was in the invalidation of this order block. We had a reversal signal, right? We attempted the order block, failed it, retested trend, and then finally broke through, right? Because this was a bearish order block at the time. It's as good as it gets. And this was our entry model at 2050. And because of that, because of a specific entry model based on technical analysis, you get a confirmed outcome basically, or a high certainty outcome. But to be buying here, I cannot recommend that. I mean, you can buy GameStop whenever you want. You're just going to have to be comfortable with the idea that, it bleeds down and you're red for a couple months potentially. Right? Do I think 23 is a bad price? No, you're getting, my average is higher than that, like I'm at 23, 22, right? So, is it the time to buy shares? Sure. I wouldn't be buying any options though. But I would, feel much more comfortable telling you, oh, this is a perfect entry model to buy, right? Because there's no entry model here. There's nothing. Maybe on the 4 hour, you could wait to 2250, try to get your buy on the 200. Or just realize that that's your risk in the short term. And you could buy here at 23, and then if the price breaks 2250, you can sell, right? Because you don't know how far it will go down, and then you could rebuy in at the bottom. So you could still have exposure to the upside, but you just need to be aware of what the risk is and manage it appropriately to be comfortable with it as an individual, which everybody has their own risk profile, right? So I don't know. Typically, I like zero risk, so I like to always just have an entry model. Which, there's an entry model here, but it's this 200, right? So you'd be, taking along here, and then your stop loss is kind of below that 200, give it a little breathing room, and, now you're aiming up here. You can get 3,000 shares, 3,600. And then a number of shares you buy is dependent upon your stop loss, right? If your stop loss is down here, that's a wider stop. That's more risk. So you can get less shares, right? Because I personally keep a 3% risk account wide. And that's something that makes me nervous that GameStop traders don't know how to do. And that's also why I day trade every day, is because I can make these calls appropriately with confidence or at some degree of, right? It's much better than just flying blind. So yeah, there's a good, have a trading plan. Build yourself a trading plan so you can kind of, say, oh, it's working or it's not working. It's time to bail out, right? Because if you don't have a plan, then how can you really determine that? So you're entering here above the 4-hour 50 for an earnings gap up. Boom. Earnings gets a gap up, you scale out, right? That's not terrible. And as long as you can justify that, you can say, okay, you know what? We had a 4-hour reversal. We're pairing that with a key level breakout, which is the 200. The market looks strong into the next week because of the rate cuts. The current market trend is bullish. I think that this is a good entry model, right? So as long as you can justify it like that, I think you're okay, right? So even though my entry model was down here and this makes me a little nervous, it still exists, right? This is still very much a trade you could take. You just got to manage your risk based on the 50 here, or the 200 on the 4-hour or the 1-day 50. Yeah, if you don't have a plan, it's too easy to let your emotions ride the trade or control the trade for you, and it's unhealthy, specifically if you're compounding wild decisions that are irrational. Yeah, how's IV doing? Midday here. We are breaking down a little bit. It's climbing though. It's still up. Not bad. That's going to be good for the contract, slowly but surely. Of course, we need to have our delta remain high. What is the delta on that? 0.53. Yeah. Gamma's up a little higher. It was 0.12 yesterday. So a little bit more price exposure here. My third coffee of the day. Probably should not be doing that. But what do you do? All right, we're breaking down. Warrants 420, blaze it. They've been 420 all day. No, it keeps touching it. It was just 417. You got to blaze it again. Shout outs to all our viewers. Leave a like on the stream. It certainly helps. Just a little thumbs up. Goes a long ways. So many green candles on the daily in a row. Would you expect a red day to come? Yeah, it looks good. I would expect a red day. I can't believe we've had 8 green days. However, when the market is as strong as it would appear to be, isn't sideways the new down? Isn't sideways the new red day? And didn't we just have a sideways day? It was volatile throughout the day. We were up, we were down, but did basically finish at parity to where we begun. So yeah, 8 green days is crazy. However, something in motion has the tendency to remain in motion, right? So I wouldn't necessarily want to bet against a 9th green day, because the chances are incredibly high that it will, come through that way. But things do turn. Nothing lasts forever, right? Bobble, what's up? Good afternoon. We're literally right where you left us. GameStop's kind of like that, right? Market seems strong though. I have a bullish bias to finish out the week and next week as well, I suppose. I imagine the market's going to pre-bake the rate cut in. Because last time I checked, they were saying that they weren't going to do a rate cut, they thought. So this is news to me. And then broader markets like robotic names are going today based on the POTUS news. There was lots of talk about reverse repo yesterday. Took a look at that. Where it's still quite low, which also indicates market strength. Right, it's when that reverse repo starts to climb up that we're like, oh, okay, this is looking risky biscuits, right? And then IV slowly starting to creep up from low 60s. It's mid 60s now. So that's good to see because we've been waiting for that for like a week and a half, I feel like, sometime. So we just need to see, some price appreciation, which is great. And then we can capitalize on that IV as well to close out the week. And if SPY's trending upwards, I think that's good for GameStop as well. And then if that, that goes through, we're just holding for more, right? Recommending that people scale out here. And, if the market breaks down, then we're going to close it out entirely. But until then, we're just chilling. It's a 52,000 warrant candle. 58K. That's impressive. It's a little bit of volume. So, I'm excited to see how all of this plays out into January expiry, right? And it's not that far away, right? Like a month and a half. So a lot of the old chain, the GME 1 chain, has that warrant deliverability tied to it, right? And there is a lot at 20. There is a lot at 25 and a fuckload at 30. So obviously, market participants probably don't want us above any of these major strikes on GME 1 because they'll have to, deliver those warrants that are attached to the calls, right? So not great. We'll see how that unfolds, though. So I think the battle for 25 is the real McCoy into January. If I was more risk adverse, you could sell some 27s here, maybe some 26s. Maybe 25s could be risky biscuits, but I'm sure they're fine too. And we'll have to see, how does the open interest affect us into January? There's so many 25s, it's crazy. But I doubt we finish the year sub 22 unless the market crashes, right? Take it day by day. Aside from that, there's literally nothing happening. New record low on reverse repo, right? That's what I'm talking about. This indicates market strength, which is pumpy town. So I'm sorry about your puts. I probably would get rid of those. And then the moment you do, it'll dump. Classic, right? I was thinking maybe we could start making memes as well. I've got some good ideas. And then maybe we could, as a community, just be doing that on our spare time. And that will help grow the community as well. And then if we can, and this is big picture, but if we can attract liquidity in an appropriate manner, we can actually move this price of GameStop in our favor collectively as retail investors. I know, everybody loves out of the money calls, but if people can buy in the money calls based off of a technical entry model, which is what we've done here for you, everybody. I know you guys have enough liquidity as a community to do big things. You just need someone to aim the rifle for you. And I can definitely not do that. Right? We definitely can't do that for you guys. I don't know how to do that. Market breaking down. We have a market structure shift, right? So making lower lows is what that means, right? This was our higher low before, and then we failed a higher high. So now we're, making a lower low, which is unfortunate. And then here's a lower high. And, we can just break up structure our way down, maybe test the 200, see if that holds, test VWAP, which was really nice earlier a couple times today ever since we reclaimed it. Just like GameStop likes to finish at parity, so does the index a lot of the time, right? There will be some volatility throughout the day, up 1%, but then it's down 1% or something, right? Or 0.5%. Because 1% on the S&P 500, that's actually quite substantial. We should start tracking the IV on the individual calls that we purchase as well. That would be smart. Rather than just the IV30, which is still good to keep an eye on, but this is a 78% IV rather than, they're showing 64 or something. So just be aware of that you're on a little bit of the high end, but then again, it's got a good scale out, right? If you get up above 100%, yeah, it's probably a good time to start locking some. The order book is like non-existent. There's literally nothing here. With less than 10,000 shares, I'm sure. It's getting weaker. Yeah, I mean, I'm just really looking at the 4-hour trend at this point. Maybe the 1 hour. Because the 30 minute, the 30 minutes going to whipsaw back and forth. You're going to get a lot of false signals that way. But that's still where the first signal will be, right? If you did want to be first out of the gate or whatever, that's where you get the light to do so. Is on the smaller time frames. But it's just like it has a less degree of certainty, right? And not that it'll be wrong, it's right, but it's just, it's going to swing right this way and then it'll reverse and, do this how many times. So if you're using a smaller time frame signal, you would expect a smaller percentage move, I guess, right? But if you're using a larger time frame signal, you'd expect a larger percentage move on the stock. It is more substantial. Big volume candle. Where? I don't see any volume, homie. I wish I did. Some volume on the warrants. But again, it's minuscule. It's not a lot. It's not one big candle because that's just one order probably being fulfilled, right? You want to see um that average volume climb up rather than just spike and back down. You want to see the continuation of these big bars blocking together and then dwarfing the one before it, because like the bigger the next bar goes, the further it has to extend this scale, which makes the other bars look smaller, right? So you just want to be basically dwarfing the bars before always as your average increases. That's a good example as to how liquid the warrants are here. So we're at 420 and we just dunked to 410 on 10,000 warrants because someone was impatient and they just pressed the eject button, sell, right? And then the order book has nothing. There's just like, well, that's actually quite a bit. There's more on the warrants. That's a big order than on GameStop. It's probably better to track level 2 on the warrants because it's more liquid. And the market maker probably doesn't have their hands in it as much. 4.1 million shares. I mean, yeah, I guess 1%. Like 0.8%, but still not inconsequential. On the bid or the ask, is that a buy or a sell? It's basically the only thing you can go off of, right? 95 milli. Yeah, that's cute. I mean, that's obviously red stripe tie. What is that? Should I be Googling that? Okay. I'll allow it. Reclaiming 23? Is that the ask? I like when people buy things for more than they're worth. Orders on the day? Oh, I don't even know. I don't think I have access to that. Time and sales? I usually don't look at this. I think it's this way. Size. How big was the order? One missed opportunity there. Hello. We always reject at my average. It's the craziest phenomenon you'll ever experience in your life. You know how many times GameStop rejects at my average? It's ridiculous. No matter what my average is. I don't really see a ton of volume here. Again, my broker probably also doesn't have Super Duper Info is a Canadian broker. Oh, but you were looking at GME 1 or something, right? This is just the stock. I guess we could have this up. Yeah, I definitely did not see a 4.1 million share order here. I mean, I've seen 1,000 share order, 5,000 share order. I don't see a 4.1 million though. 10,000. One share. Who was that? Shout outs to this guy. That's crazy, man. Fucking putting your lunch money in for the day. I mean, that's probably pretty responsible, to be honest. Better than spending it. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I need a drink. 2 minutes. I'll be right back. For I am back. The cat has vacated the chair. I'm sure she'll be back though too. It's nice to have my back support. Oh my god, I was getting a sore back there. I ain't want none unless you got buns, hun. Man, I love fresh buns. They're so good. Oh, do I have that backwards? Mm-hmm, we did. So was that volume just on GameStop? Or on a specific contract? On Chicago. No small order. I mean, I'm sure it'll be here. Get out of here with this narrative. Man, shout out to Weebill for having better data than me. What the fuck? No way. No, sir. I even pay for upgraded data. That's fucking wild. I'm going to write myself a strongly worded email. Dear Quest Trade. Yeah, I'm sure that'll end well. What about second dividend? Amen. I'm curious if we get it before the first one's expiry date. But they did also in the like prospectus or whatever say that they could change the expiry date, that they could shift that. And the strike, I think. I'd have to go back and check. As long as it was in the best interest of the shareholder. Cat is back. I'm not Sharon. It's pretty bold of you to assume I'd be leaving you any chair to share. Yeah, I mean, the SPY's is going to truck upwards. Shoutouts to Buddy's Puts. LOL. It's one of those things, though, right when you capitulate, it's like, okay, market turns back. Well, I still have US data. Like, I pay for upgraded US data. But it is strange. Because it should be there. It's not on Quest Trade either, though. Or Trading View. Hey, that's only 16,000 volume. So where's, like, I don't know where you guys are getting it from. Like, I understand. I can see the screenshot of it. Like, but volume 4.16. Like, that's good for Weeble. What's my volume on the day? The volume reflects it. My overall volume is reflected of that 4.1 being added, because we just talked about that. We're like, oh, we're at average 3 volume, halfway through the day. We'll probably get to that 6, right? That's our daily average. But now all of a sudden we're almost at 8. So the volume is here. Like, my broker has it. I just don't know why it's not being represented on the chart. Can I clone this? You sure can, bud. Pop that out. Shrinky dinky. Excuse me. I mean, this is still only a 200K bar. This is only 5-minute too. Yeah, that's unique. These are only just 80K bars. And you need a lot of 80K bars for 4.1 million. The December Bury candle. Stop. Honestly, that's probably more likely than it being Kitty or Ryan. Aren't contingent trades typically bearish? S&P 500 crushing it as expected. Again, GameStop rejecting my average. Welcome to life. Maya, you're not digging me out. You have 1,000 cat beds. Go pick one. So yeah, I did pick one. You're in it. She likes the level 2 data and the time and sales. She's like, ooh, something to watch. How are we doing after that pump? Down. Dang it. So neutral? Well, not all hedges are completely neutral. Like some people just hedge down. So for example, if you buy a call, it's 100 shares, right? Or you buy a put, you're going short 100 shares, and you may not want the complete exposure of being short 100 shares. So maybe you buy 60 shares as your hedge or whatever, right? So now you're only short 40 shares, right? Not all hedges work to bring a trade to equilibrium or neutrality or whatever. Where's the order we're clicking on? I don't think I have access to click into these for more information. Chikagi. I noticed the warrants didn't really get much love there with the GameStop price appreciation. That's 30 cents, and we didn't move at all on those warrants. Yeah, I mean, breaking above that buy side is just free range running, right? Break above, retest, expand. Yeah, so I'm probably missing a lot of data. I wonder if I can select specific exchanges. Negative. '23s are at 131. That's quite nice. Obviously, this is paper trading for you guys, keeping my real trade to myself. But this is the size may be a little different, but the entries are the same, right? I'm still taking the entry at the same time. I'm still scaling out at the same time. It's just, yeah, it's confidential information. So, but you know that you would expect nothing less, I'm sure. ISEG. That's not something I'm familiar with. Above ask. What? Who in the world? Between. That's where you want to be. Everything else is so impulsive. Above the ask. You're insane. Just by 1 cent, I guess, but still. What kind of D-bag broker is putting that order through above the ask? Like on my broker, if I go above the ask, it will bring it to the ask. So sometimes if I'm chasing a stock, right, that's moving up really quick, I'll just put in a higher number than it's at where it's at, and it still just will fill it at the ask as if I was using an active trader. Which I have to do in pre-market. I don't have access to an active trader in pre and post, so I have to be doing limit fills. What time is it? Another 2 hours and 9 minutes. That's all right. About halfway through. A little more because we started early today, but room to maybe pull back a little bit here before end of day run. And if, to confirm my bullish bias into next week's interest rate, dips I think would be really important to load up on. It's a good time to be buying dips. So with a market maker hedging up like they clearly did here, I would say that the trade is of bullish origin, like maybe hedged downwards a bit, but overall still looked bullish in nature, I think. Or else the market maker would have hedged down. Which is fine. I mean, I think that's like a pretty appropriate thing to be doing. Like if you were going to sell 26s or something and buy 20s. Yeah, but it's been filled on the 4 hour. So we have this one here. but we filled it in pre-market, right? I don't know why it starts. It should go up to here. Really? Well, technically, it should go to here. But yeah, I would consider this filled up, so I wouldn't be targeting that necessarily. You could target the upper band as support, like if there was a big retracement. The upper band of that gap probably acts as a level of support. But it was just like a new weak gap up, and I don't I don't put much weight on them. They're not like a halt up or something. I mean, it exists on the 1 day unfilled, I guess, right? Like technically on the 1 day, this would be unfilled, but it's just because the 1 day doesn't take in pre and post, which still exists, right? It's not like it ceases to disappear. It's just that chart doesn't show it because it happened here and it doesn't have those, but it definitely still happened. That would have been a good entry, right? Like your head's in the right spot, right? Where can I get in on this gap fill, right? But like that would have been a perfect entry model, but it's come and gone. You'll get another one. Like there's no harm in sitting out and waiting for a correct entry. It's the correct thing to do. Like I would wait to buy in until GameStop was like, "Oh, we're going to do a share buyback." And then it's like, "Oh, Ryan's got confidence to buy GameStop. I guess I do too." Or just whatever your narrative needs to be. Like I think this is basically his average anyways or whatever, so maybe a little lower, but robotic names still going crazy. iRobot. That's wicked. Yep. Just another day watching paint dry with GameStop. That's why I day trade typically and get a lot of it done in the morning so we can do this now. But I like to, keep an eye on things throughout the day as well. Shout out to everybody on stream. If you leave a thumbs up, it certainly helps. Obviously, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, and you can jump into the Discord if you look up "Hello Good Game" link tree, and then it'll be join the community, and you'll see the Stonkadelphia tab there. It's almost like you're watching the same chart. A bearish fair value gap into a bullish fair value gap, right? What the hell? Corporate wants you to determine the difference between these two pictures. Well, time for a retracement and recovery into power hour. Well, we did that quick. That was 10 minutes. That didn't take any time at all. Yeah, that's so strange why I don't see that data. But it's not like it's not there because I definitely have the volume on the day. I have 8 million volume. That's crazy. Very weird that the volume doesn't show up on the graph, but is reflected in the price and the volume of the ticker. Like we see it in the volume, but we don't see it in the histogram. Right? These are just like 80,000 orders. It could be because it came from Chicago, and I don't really see that on my thing. I'm boxed out. Sorry, that's not a Canadian city. Not really getting the price appreciation I'd like on the contracts. Like, we were up 30% yesterday. Like, I'm just losing theta at this point. Not great. How's IV? I guess that's probably balancing it. It's down a little bit too. Zoomed in much? Yeah, I guess. It would be on the pulse. We could zoom this out too. We don't want people to think GameStop's doing good. We're down from yesterday, right? Yep. Warrants are cheap or expensive. Well, they're actually fairly priced. 100 million is quite a bit. Like, that's no joke. Those are real dollars. And who's making that kind of bet? That's crazy. 95 million. Holy Toledo's. Still, even if it is head, like, that's crazy. It's a big piece of pie. I don't know if you can click the link or not. And then community Discord. But you should just be able to Google Hello Good Game link tree to get here. Even though this is Hello Good Trade, I understand there may be some confusion there. I do like to game as well as trade, right? Imagine that. Which I'm quite good at. You guys ever want to see someone slay a battlefield? I got you. 42 kills, 6 deaths. 40 kills, 4 deaths. It's kind of like what I do. I used to grind Magic Arena to Mythic rank #1, but there's only so many times you can do that. I think we held the #1 for like 13 months in a row, which is just like, I gotta move on. I gotta do something else with my life. And that's when we started trading, right? When's the last time we seen a trade that large contingently from Chicago? and what preceded. Right? Was it off of a major reversal like we just seen? Like what happened before, well, and after last time? Lots of people are typically just interested in after, but I like to know the setup too to see if it was similar. I guess that's going to help the 4 hour PMO out because we were kind of worried that it might reverse over, but that's going to cement it, I think, for a little bit longer. Hey man, that was a pullback. You broke VWAP. I definitely mentioned it's the market to buy dips in, right? Because it's so strong. I think any dip you get is going to get bought up pretty quickly, right? Even here, big dip back to VWAP and just immediately bought up. Maya, you can come on my lap, not behind me. Well, it's not warm on your lap like it is behind you. Give me that butt spot. We got her. Oh, we big time got her. She's laying down. Good girl. Not you. That's the key to trading GameStop is having a cat. Something to hold your attention. Wait, am I the cat? The only downside is like I don't really have my mouse hand anymore. It's like a cat hand. I could try to do it left-handed. We got this. We got this. Both the keyboard and the mouse with the wrong hand. Thought you said you were a gamer, dude. That's why I said we got this. No problem. Honestly, nothing beats a cat cuddle. Unless it's GameStop gains. They come pretty close, I guess. That could have been a bit of a hedge flip there, maybe too, though, right? What's up, homie? How are you? We're just hanging out with the cat. We got, what, an hour and 40 minutes left? Quite a bit of time. Uh-oh. Yeah, it was a hedge flip. 100% that was a hedge flip. Yeah, contingent trades typically are bearish like that. We'll see how this plays out for the rest of the day, though. Because when a hedge does get flipped, it always pops the hardest. That one last voomp. We'll see, though. Yeah, definitely could be. Specifically if you lose VWAP and fail to reclaim it. If not, it might just be what it is. So that order was live, right? We got that one. It's weird the one prior to it didn't show up. I also feel like my time in sales is missing a ton of information. Because where's the 150,000 volume? It's definitely not here. Unless this is 10x'd. Right, and this isn't two shares, it's like 200 or 2,000 or something. That could be. Yeah, I don't know how you're doing that real time at work, but if I can provide any value to you for that, that's great. I'm just chilling on my contract still. We will close out though if we break down, but just beep booping. I'll hold my exposure. Well, I think the cat's here to stay. Well, I have another YouTube channel, and then yeah, the trading has been full time for a couple of years now. Right, that's why I'm not here bright early in the morning, as I'm on some private calls doing my day-to-day trading. Typically, I jump on Twitch early morning, hang out, watch a movie, check out the market, get settled, and then I jump off, do a private call, and then after that ends, I might grab breakfast, take a quick nap, and then I'm here. Then after this, we're back on Twitch to do more Magic content. On my computer, tracking GameStop for probably the last 6 or 7 years, though now. Long time. And then, obviously the first couple years there were shit show. But it's to the point where I'm quite confident in my skill set. Which does take time, right? Like, it's been quite the journey. I imagine that GameStop trades on low volume until it doesn't. I don't think anyone can really predict when that volume comes through. I know they'd love to, but I would assume it comes in post reversal signal, which we did set on the 4 hour. But I'm just a technical trader, man. I don't have any predictions other than I'm going to make money on GameStop this time and again next time, right? Until eventually something does break, right? And I'm here for that as well. A full foil affinity deck. I'm sure that was not expensive. Card games are way too expensive. Specifically playing in paper where you have to buy the cards. So yeah, I don't have any crazy predictions for you guys. You know, I take it level by level, both up and down, reversal signal, to reversal signal. Scalping around my core position, I guess. My prediction is that it takes a lot longer than people are prepared to sit around for. And it already has. But everybody wants it tomorrow, right? Checking their phone. Well, why isn't this happening? You know, um, like I would give it another 10 years, honestly. There's my prediction. Sensational, isn't it? I'm not a clickbaiter. I'm not. I'm like Ryan. Like I got no uncomfortable lie to sell. Right? I just have hard truths that nobody wants to hear. But that's fine. You know, we do okay. And if I can do okay, you can do okay too. It's pretty simple. Just everybody seems to want to make it so complicated, right? Like, oh, I've got the answer. It's the reverse turnip pattern. It's like, holy shit. Did you make that up? Like, absolutely. I just founded it. Yeah, RNG in some of those digital games is aggressive. But really, it just comes down to like the volume. Like you can play 1,000 games digitally and you only play 10 in paper. So you don't notice it in paper. But that the RNG is there as well. But it's really easy to notice it when you're, pushing through a ton of volume. You're like, what is happening? Man, some YouTube thumbnails are so crazy. It's like stormtroopers, but they're accurate. 19 million views, which is crazy, on 6-minute video. And it's like a stormtrooper headshot Luke Skywalker right through the dome. Like, can you put that on a thumbnail? That's so violent. That's crazy. Commander. Oh, that's expensive too. People love Commander. How many hundreds of dollars can I spend on this magic deck? Just to style on my friends. The answer is several hundred. And then you're going to need a new deck. And when does it end? I've got some people in the community that are so addicted to buying magic cards, it's not even funny. What do you do, though? Everybody's got to have a passion, a hobby, right? I'm addicted to buying GameStop, so I get it. I won't hold it against you. Uh-oh, GameStop's back in Action Jackson. And I feel like that's the vibe of the market is, the dips are going to get bought up, which is good. I mean, I'm all for a strong market. Bull markets are so easy to trade. They're fucking brain dead. You see a lot of people thinking they're a good trader in bull market too, which is awesome. And then they go into, the transition phase to a bearish market with that confidence and just wreck your account. Cat attack. Like, that was a good snuggle session. I get my mouse back now. We can check on some stuff. I tried doing it left hand. It's like, this is not going to work. My brain is not having this. I mean, we got everything set up on screen. We really don't need to bounce around at all, but what are the nerds saying? 5,020 puts sold. I mean, I'd be selling 20 puts now too. Yeah, well, I mean, they're 212 trading. What do you expect? All time high? Super duper doubt that's all time high. Keep in mind, the last run up, they had 10% 2 days before from 10 to 80. I don't know about that. Yeah, we gotta wait. Yeah, but there's also plenty of times where we've had it and nothing has come of it. And everybody just has their own bias, right? They're like, I'm in, so it's squeezing. Yeah, 4 million is our average volume, so it's like not inconsequential. It's hard to know the whole trade though. Like, I don't even see that number. To me, it didn't happen. What's our volume at for the day? 8.5. I mean, it's trending to 10. I mean, what do we have, an hour and a half, right? That's not terrible. Not terrible. Hey, did anyone open up any power packs today? If anyone had a power pack addiction and wanted to screen record them opening, I would put those in my videos. I need one a day. Right? You guys just open one power pack a day and send me the video. Yes. Is this guy a corporate shill? I think he might be. I'm the right kind of corporate shill, though. Yeah, so I mean, if we do squeeze to 80 and there's is a serious rip, just make sure that you guys are taking advantage of it because we're not going to stay there, Could we go higher? Yes. Do you need to you scale out? Here's 5%, here's 5%, here's 5% as the stock continues to walk up because you don't know when the top is. And as long as you're making money, you can make money again. Yes, you want to hold until it goes to infinity, but that hold is not going to happen in a couple days. That's a 10, 20-year hold, right? Long, long time. So you can capitalize off highs and lows between now and then. And again, you don't have to be doing that with your whole position because that is high risk. You've removed all of your exposure if you're doing that. You want to make sure that you have exposure still on the table, I guess, right? While mitigating your risk, confirming profits, scaling out, and then you can scale that back in, right? You can leave some of that for an options play, for an earnings play, right? If you don't have any cash to be doing these cycles with us, that's fine. Leave 10% of it out. Maybe 90% of it goes back into shares. You keep 10% of the profits, and you try to magnify those profits with a derivative, right? You could even be, because there's the long funds, there's the 2x, and there might even be a 4x long fund, I want to say. This is going to give you upside exposure as well in comparison to just your standard share. And I'm not saying the whole thing, but a percentage of the gains, not of the base of the principal amount, but of what you're farming out. So let's say the price spikes to 80. I'm scaling out. I've sold $50,000 worth of shares, right? And I've got a bunch of cash. I might, scale the 50,000 of that back in and keep 5, right? Or 45 back in and keep 5. And then that 5 can be, maybe put into a 2x fund on a low, obviously, or potential options play, whether it be an earnings run up or an entry model run. We'll have to see. And then you can just start compounding all of that over and over again. And now you're a successful GameStop trader, all while just building your core position, right? So even when it does run to say 80, you've not sold your whole position, because what if it runs to 200, right? But you've scaled out along the way that if it does turn against you, now you can capitalize on those gains by increasing your position size, right? Because if you sell at 80 and then you're buying back in at like 30, you're getting, over 2 shares for every one that you sold, which is, that's fantastic. All right, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I need a snack, and I'll be right back. This looks good, though. This was a nice bounce off VWAP here, right? We did hold it. Held it earlier. Market still looks really strong, but again, this all things do come to an end, but looks good. In the past, I've sold shares as the price climbs. What are your thoughts on selling covered calls when you think it's near the top instead? One of those strategies is better in your eyes? Well, yes. Selling the shares is better because the returns are going to be far more. You can sell covered calls, but, so you'd still want to probably sell them in the money at a price that you would typically be scaling out. You are at risk that the price drops down below the strike that you sold, and you're keeping your share, which I know is a weird thing to say, but when it is squeezing, that's the risk is there because you would have made more money just selling your share than keeping it. Let's say, the price is $60 and you sold a $50 call for, $2,000 or something. And that's great. You made your $2,000 profit and the call didn't get called away. But now we're at 30, right? And you could have made $20,000, right? Instead of 2. So the potential gains on scaling out and back in far outweigh what you'd make from covered calls. However, I still like to sell covered calls, right? So I like to do a percentage of my portfolio for the covered calls. I like to do a percentage of the portfolio, a short-term covered calls, at long-term covered calls, right, as different percentages, as well as a percentage of my shares to scale out in real time, pre and post market, right? Because you can't do that with your options. And I'm not in the United States, so definitely, anything tax related, speak to a professional, right? An accountant as like a certified tax accountant or whatever, right? Because I don't know your local laws and regulations at all. But, I do like to sell covered calls. I think that's pretty good. Selling covered calls when the price is spiking may seem advantageous, but if you were just solely focused on ROI, it would be better to be selling those shares. If you thought it was going to dip. If you thought it was going to trade sideways, the covered call is the right play. But if you thought, okay, this is going to come back down, then it's selling those shares because then you can buy them back at a lower price. But if you don't think it's going to come back, then the cover call, I guess, would be better. But when things squeeze, they don't squeeze forever, right? They're going to come back down. It's going to be quite volatile. Um, if you were super hyperactive, you could be buying them back and then dropping the shares. Like you'd sell the covered call, then wait for confirmation of the breakdown, buy it back, so you wouldn't hold it till expiration for 100%. You'd take whatever percentage gains, and then you would sell the shares once you bought the call back, and then ride out the dip to buy the shares back. Kind of double dipping, because you don't really know in the moment, right? You can just kind of position yourself. Okay, snack break. I'll be right back. Yeah, I don't really sell puts though. Again, I think it's suboptimal use of capital. And if you're chasing ROI, then again, it's fine if GameStop's trading sideways below your average, you know, then you can sell puts, sure. And if it's trading sideways above your average, then sure, you can sell covered calls. But if you're expecting any form of volatility, you're better off just flipping shares like tenfold, truly. I've been there. I've done that. I've had covered calls go fucking super duper red. Yes, yes, y'all. Not to say that a wheel strategy is bad, right? I think that it has its place when you get more of a sideways trade. Like, go to 15 minutes. We were at one point kind of just trading sideways here. It was even maybe it goes to 1 day. For this period of time, there was a lot of sideways here. That would have been a decent time to do it. This would have been a really good time to do it here, right? Like just this sideways bottom trend. That's, I mean, I guess good for selling puts. And then if you're ever trading sideways above your average, which, I mean, some people get the opportunity to do that a lot, right? That's this for them because they've got a better average than me. But as a rule of thumb, I don't like to lose money, believe it or not. So, I got to do above my average if I'm selling calls, even though I understand that you could still have them work out. It's just, I'd rather just hang out because then, you're focused on lowering your average, right? Selling the covered calls and, then you miss out on a move, right? Because you're selling covered calls at 24 and then we spike to 50 and, you're absolutely cooked. You bought them back. Yep. And that's not the thing I like about covered calls is the ability to scalp them on almost zero risk. Because if you're selling a covered call above your average and then, buying it back, fuck, that's free money. And you can do that on the waves really easily. You don't necessarily have to hold it to expiry to get because there's risk involved that the trade turns around and then, your positive 30% call that you sold goes to zero and it maybe goes negative, and now you're like, oh, I gotta fucking hold this to expiry and hopefully, I don't lose my shares. But for me, that's why I like to just sell them above my average, and if I lose the shares, that's okay, because I'll just buy them back, right? And again, a percentage of your portfolio, right? Yeah, and then you want to do like a calculation, like how many days to expiry is there versus my current gains, right? So, if you're up 50% on the trade prior to 50% of the time expiring, I mean, I guess that's good enough. It's just like a base calculation to take it. Man, that's so crazy that people continue to do that. I've got a 1,000-page book on options that I've gone through 3 times now, and I still don't know anything. The risk of covered calls is a potential pump miss, right? Which is, why it's decent to just, maybe I'm selling covered calls on 30% of my position, right? And then, you're still doing your best as a trader to farm the premium as one should, while maintaining exposure to the upside, right? And then if you do both, you do best because you're building your core position through the short-term farm. And then when it does go, you have more weight to utilize. Well, we're back to my average, the rejection zone. Thanks for stopping by again, everybody. If you want to leave a like on the stream, that certainly helps. And of course, we're back tomorrow. And the next day. Forever. The SPY is just on an absolute tear today. I think this data is new because I check up on this pretty frequently. And we were like below 40% of a rate drop, and now we're up about 90. So the market is going to like that, right? There's 7 days to bake, well, 6 days now to bake that data in. So it could be a pretty nice setup for us. 420 blaze it on the warrants. Going into our earnings report, which is awesome. So again, we're chilling, we're holding our trades, recommending that anyone scale out. If you're new with me, if you've not made any gains with your boy, make them. Make them. I can't press the sell button for you. All I can do is be like, hey, it's a good time to buy, and hey, it's a good time to sell. You're actually the one who's got to do it, right? Oh man, Jake Freeman's on my list. And that's why I don't fall for the shit anymore. I got burned so bad on Bobby. Region formal as well. I let him go though. He's fine. He's still trying for the GameStop community, and that's good enough for me. But yeah, you got to be careful who you listen to on the internet. Is these people will wreck you. And I apologize if I ever, say anything misleading. Slap me upside my head. Don't hesitate. Let me know when I'm wrong, please. 'Cause I trust me, I don't want to be wrong either. But even Girk, right? Like even he was selling Nvidia puts to people before the colossal Nvidia run. You think that's coincidence? No. Yes, definitely just don't listen to people online. Just learn how to do it yourself, and you'll be light years ahead of anyone listening to anyone else. Truly, if you just learn how to do it, because it's not hard. It's pretty simple once you cut the noise. But yeah, I can talk about Bobby. That's probably 10% of my net worth at least evaporated. How or why? Well, I mean, ad revenue. Is Trade still alive? See, I go back. I know some old school creators. I don't know, man. It's like you just do what you do, and patterns are fun to repeat. It's like we all get obsessed with different things, Like I'm obsessed with GameStop. I have my bias. Is GameStop a shitty company? Yeah, absolutely. But I'm here. Thanks to Ryan. If it wasn't for Ryan, I'd be so lost. I would have no conviction, and I'd just be a crying little baby. Where's my daddy? But thankfully, Ryan's taking care of us all, which is great. And if he is committed to it, I can commit to it as well. No problem. Because could you imagine? Put that shoe on the other foot. What if I was the AMC person and I was like, man, fucking, I love Adam Aaron. And I don't even know what's Overstock owns Bobby now, right? Or Bobby's back, because I did a play on those warrants. Oh, Bobby is back. Check out the one day. Yeah, we had a nice little play here, right? What were we in at? $9 out at 11.82. Timing the top like one does. Nice sell. And then you got to exit the trade eventually. I don't want this shit to turn red. Because we all know what happens when the you get a squeeze and then new lows. This is nothing new. A little premature here, right? We got in and then got out and then re-got in. We're like, fuck it. But then we did get that run, which is nice. So reserving the right always to change our mind. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing I would entertain anymore. You're never going to find another board like GameStop. There's no one willing to work their whole life for free just to say, I told you so. No. Just Ryan. Which is impressive. Like, like, I almost feel like he needs to start paying himself. Like, damn, dude. I'm glad you're a billionaire. You deserve it, clearly. But, man, Buddy deserves compensation. And I'm not going to be upset when he takes it. It's long overdue. Holy shit. I know people are going to run with it, like, oh my God, Ryan's selling shares, or whatever, but I expect nothing less. But I honestly don't think he will, which is the crazy part, right? Like, you want to talk about commitment. Homeboy has it. It's been 6 years. It's impressive. And having to try multiple things, right? And who knows, power packs might not be the be all end all for us either, right? Like there could be more things that we don't really see yet, right? Like when we had the NFT marketplace, we didn't really see the power packs, right? Or even the hardware when GameStop was like, oh, we're going to sell more hardware for the PC scene. So not all things work out long term, even though they may short term. Obviously, I hope the power packs does go into the future. And honestly, I'd love to see a Super Bowl ad. Just a short power pack ad during the Super Bowl. Because honestly, well, I don't know what the inventory is like. Maybe there's inventory bottlenecks. But if they felt comfortable, oh yeah, that's a good one. Right? A lot of people right at their computers or at their like entertainment systems where they're like watching the Super Bowl or with their phones out, boom, GameStop power packs, and then they start ripping packs right there. Yeah. Oh yeah. So I mean that's kind of my hope for things to come. But I guess that's not till February. That is still some time, but let's get this beta out of the way. Let's clear any inventory bottlenecks we may have, and then let's scale this fucker up, Mm-hmm. And then GameStop squeezes on, massive beats on revenue and earnings, and then maybe Ryan gives forward guidance, and then, everybody takes their winnings, and then they're dumping that into power packs because they're bored and have nothing to do as a millionaire. And then GameStop squeezes even more, and, we just get this perpetual feedback machine. If I had to, knit some tinfoil for you all to wear, that's my narrative, and I'm sticking to it. And it's going to take a long time to play out, right? Like, hopefully we get our commercial and advertisement in February, in the spring, and then, it's a whole summer and fall of people participating. And then, next winter comes along and, And then we can start to, put some pressure on some shorts with some real revenue because currently all of our gains right now is basically just from, getting the leases out of the way, reducing your overhead footprint. Overhead footprint. That's your feet are up. Interesting. I think there's a mom joke there somewhere. Got your ankles up above your head, hey boy. Anyways, GameStop breaking down a little bit. We'll see. It's on low volume, so it's just so hard to say. I'm sure it'll whip back in a moment, but S&P 500 killing it all day. Just pump a lump. Is there a price point where you scale up more than 5% at a time because you thought you'd reach downward pressure? You need to develop your own scale up process. Your own plan, right? I just use 5% as an example, right? But yeah, it's not necessarily a linear, like it's not always going to be 5%, 5%, 5%. I don't have specifics. I truly don't. A lot of it's based on technicals, right? Like I'm going to be really watching it, obviously, if it's squeezing intraday. If we're rejecting a buy side liquidity, obviously I'm going to increase my scale out there, right? But if we break through, then then you taper it down. Like, it's my scale up process is real time based on technicals, but it's really good to practice because the emotion can wreck you for sure, right? But it's like you're not going to get it perfect. You're not you're not going to get your highs and lows perfect, right? But it's just participating in an appropriate manner to get yourself winning, and then you can compound that, and eventually you'll be like, oh, I can make this a little bit better, and start to min-max the whole situation. But first you need an appropriate baseline, right, where you're comfortable. And like in that process, you're gonna always still have your emotions that you'll need to fight as well, right? Like, oh, I should have waited to sell. I sold at 45 and now we're at 50, and that would have been $5,000 on the sell here. And well, I guess it's different for each people how they have an amount. Sometimes I just even like very small percentages when things get started, just so you're participating, right? But yeah, like take advantage of a squeeze, because even if it squeezes and remains squoze, like if it can hold that level, what do you think GameStop's going to do? They're going to do an offering of some type, whether it's at the money, bond, whatever. They're going to capitalize on that event just like you should be. And when they announce that they've capitalized on that event or plan to, the price is going to get obliterated. GameStop announces at the money offering, selling at $37 a share when the price is at 50. The stock price is going to blitz down to 30. So at that point, you're increasing the size, right? And you're selling on the way down, not the way up. And all of this will, not one of these things is going to happen once. Like, there's not going to be one squeeze, just like there hasn't been one squeeze, right? We've had, two prolific squeezes here. And we will have a third, right? We had just a wicked squeeze. And then again, you know, just a massive squeezer. So take advantage of it because GameStop's going to take advantage of it. And they'll even take advantage of it on a lesser level, right? So specifically, if you squeeze, really, really take advantage of it. And I know people won't like that and they don't have to sell. I'm just, I like to do what I do, man. And I get it. You know, if you sell now, you're not selling at $10,000 a share, but you know, it's about for me personally, you know, farming while the sun shines, taking the confirmation now rather than the hope of the future. You know, oh, we'll hit $80, we'll hit $400, but it's going to take years of compounding revenue and introducing new streams of revenue. Right, like GameStop's going to need more than just power packs. I hate to be that guy, but you know, they'll need additional streams, and I'm sure they'll get them. But eventually, they don't deploy those. They will. They'll never not. Eventually, don't they deploy those offerings and dilutions into some play, like a Tesla cell squeeze? Well, the revenue that they get off that cash they can deploy, right? Even right now, making 4.5% on it is good. It raises our floor in 2030 from $11 to $15.80, right? So it is substantial what the cash that they're raising from these dilutive moves can do to improve the company's balance sheet in the long term, right? And then, you know, if something presents itself that's going to outperform 4.5%, obviously we can, you know, put some money in that. But I don't think we're never going to stop doing that. It's the nature of the beast. Like that's how we transfer money from, you know, the short institutions into not only GameStop, but it's shareholders, right? You as an individual. So, you know, I know a lot of people don't like the idea of selling their shares, but personally, it's my favorite idea in the world. The only thing I like more than selling my shares is buying them back at a cheaper price, right? And then you kind of need to do the two together. And if GameStop goes up, you know, like say you sell at 40 and it goes to 50, well, that's why you scaled out a percentage and you scale out more of a percentage, right? And you continue that process until it flips back on you. Still going. Oh my God. It's up 100%. Robotics, the hot topic of the day. I actually called that this summer. I said the Santa rally is going to be robotics this year. Last year it was quantum. And it just was every quantum stock was just fucking ripping like mad. This year is robotics. Man, it won't stop. Cut rates harder, daddy. Still another 50 minutes in the market. Time for GameStop to make a move up. 23.50 end of day. Please and thank you. Yeah, QBTS, QUBT. Man, I got a whole list. So when you guys get rich, I'll hook you up with a diversified portfolio as well. Here's our quantum portfolio. Likes, kind of likes, and dislikes. Hollow, MGLO, those WIMI. There's a lot of Chinese companies as well. But yeah, RGTI is a big winner last year as well. QMCO, had a lot of fun with that one personally. They're all just ripping. You needed zero skill to get rich last year in quantum stocks, which is going to be the exact same thing this year for robotic stocks. Right. Just the options chain is going to be so juiced up on these. Or IRBT was another one today. Coming back down. Deservedly so. Nothing I would want to buy over GameStop, though. How's that for conviction? Well, and that's the thing. Like, a lot of these companies need cash, right? So they're going to have to, continue to raise cash to extend their runway because, we don't actually really have a lot of robots left or yet that are selling commercially. So, ONDS, KITT, RR, that'll be under iDefender. Recently IRBT today, but I think that's kind of like they're really at risk of going bankrupt though. Bots, if you like an ETF, is really good there. But yeah, that's for another time. Bots is the good robotics ETF. If you just were like, I want to invest in robotics, I mean, I guess this would be a good one. But we'll see. This is probably like a longer swing trade though, right? And then, at least I say that now until it gets overhyped, and then it's worth $300, and at that point, you just got to take the gains, and you don't want to swing it anymore because it's the longer you hold, it's just going to come back on itself, like all the quantum stocks did, right? Which I think they're actually all-time highs again, but volatile swings. If anybody wanted to get me a Christmas present, physical editions of the power packs, sealed. If I could collect the power pack editions, like the box that had the physical card in it with the booster packs, unopened, I would put those on the shelves forever. Those are going to be like Nintendo powers one day. Right? Like if GameStop squeezes those and they squeeze based off power pack revenue, those physical boxes, if unopened, will become collector's items. I'm sure of it. Just because they say GameStop on it. And power packs, but we'll see. On that note, I mean, Pokemon inflation has got to turn around as well at some point, right? Like, there's no way Pokemon cards continue to go up. Yeah, well, what do you expect? Just because it's 49% of today's volume, 4.1 million shares is still less than 1% of the float, right? Or $4.1 million as a percentage of 10 billion. Like, man, people are silly. Like, how much did you want it to move this stock? Damn, it's a $10 billion company. It's not like someone's putting in, $500 million. It's 4 million. It's nothing. I'm surprised it moved it even 1%. Don't kid yourself. That's aggressive. Yeah, nothing new. There never is, really. Just a bunch of people misinterpreting information, spinning it into a narrative that suits their bias. How come the stock price isn't higher? Right? Let me look that up. What percent is 4.1 million? Was it 4 or 41 million? Oh, is it million shares, right? It was $100 million. 95 million. And what's our market cap? 10.3 billion. The answer were 4.16. Yes. Oh, sorry. For some reason, I typed in 75. 96 million. Let's do. Just round up. So 96 million is 0.93% of 10.36 billion. Right? And yet Superstonk is upset that it moved the price 1%. It moved the price 1.09%, when in reality it should have only moved it 0.93%. So it's like, it's literally perfect. It's exactly how the market's supposed to work, but, people are just upset. Yeah. It's impressive. It's an impressive place. And you can't go anywhere else because it's like, that's where the homies are. Right? Like, Kitty's got burners. Ryan's got burners. Burry's got burners. Right? But also Kenny, and Andrew's got burners. And then there's, all the village idiots who are trying to learn and are confused by the two polarities that they're being fed. Because there's really good actors on there, I have no doubt, but there's also really bad actors on there. So it's a very confusing place for a lot of people. And then a lot of people just grow frustrated and leave, but that's part of the by design as well, because, again, that is your home that they're tainting. And it is where your leaders live. So you can't go anywhere. You're just stuck. So you downvote all the stuff you don't like. But it's always been that way, using media to, move public opinion. In other news, I got a new candle. I'm just waiting for this evening to light it up. Set the mood. Ooh. Oh my gosh. What do we got here? Juicy citrus, spring water, and sweet mango. Woo. It's going to get lit in here. Literally. That's a triple wick. A lot of buy orders in above the ask here. What's going on with that? Holy. Just slapping it. I don't care what price. Just give me GameStop. Take my money. Thanks for watching the stream. If you could leave a like, that would help a lot. Hate to be a beggar, but here I am. I'm a GameStop holder. You'd be surprised how often you have to do that. Shit. Nothing really new today. This is chilling. You already know my opinion on this. Please, for the love of God, take your profits. This is not going to change anything. I like to refresh. You don't know me. And then, what? How is the market pricing GameStop over 36? That's interesting how that, Another genius post on Superstonk. PSA over GameStop offer? Yeah, of course. Yes. Yes. Where do I buy these? Perfect. Nothing really new here either, eh? They should do a live pull feed on the website. Okay, I got to write that idea down. Ryan, I've got a new idea. Like they do that on MMOs, right? Where it like shows where someone gets a rare. This person goes, why won't this message send? Dude, you're a notepad. It's been a long day. We started early, all right? And I've had way too much coffee. I've had like 4 coffees today. Probably not great. I guess we cover up the puts. We don't really need those. Well, I don't really need those. Oh, we've double GameStop chart up. Market selling off into close. Yeah, 30 minutes left. That's not bad. So this is going to be the first time we've really touched the 200, if we do, really since this morning's breakthrough of it. But again, we've had so much time to trend upwards that we're still above the buy side liquidity, which is great. This is what we wanted to see today, right? We're looking for the market to decide if it was going to break up or break down from the downtrend, right? We'd had this nice downtrend established, and it was so indecisive. It didn't know what it wanted to do, but man, I think that this is kind of it deciding, right? The invalidation of this buy side, if that can hold, then maybe tomorrow we move up a little bit higher. What do I have this here for? What's your origin story, bro? This is a maybe a bit of a volume imbalance. Let's fix that if we're going to play the volume imbalance. Well, there's probably better ones to be playing. But this is the last. We've not interacted with this one. So let's play this one. Considering we're already inside of it. All right, rejecting the consequent encroachment of that. It all starts to make more sense now, doesn't it? But we could very well get a full band fill tomorrow or to end the week on Friday, right? Still holding those puts. I mean, maybe. I don't know your position. As long as you're making money, homie, that's all I care about, right? Which side of the trade you're on doesn't matter because it takes two, right? And the more, liquidity, the better, truly. And you can easily make it on both sides of the trade. Oh, you're talking about your S&P 500 puts, though. That's this individual here with the SPY puts? I don't know, homie. It's not been a great day, I guess. If you've got time, sure. I don't know though. It all looks very bullish. So I pray for you. I clued in. It's a pretty big sell. I had the time up backwards. My bad. And they should be working on that commercial right away, right? Just a quick Buck the Bunny Power Packs commercial for the Super Bowl. Just something that's quick and edgy. They're good at that. Doesn't have to be a long thing, maybe like 15, 20 seconds, right? Like short. Maybe just like, what the? And then it's like powerpacks.com. As someone opens like, a massive chase card, show that. Show them converting $2,500 into 40K. And then Buck going, what the? And then, just power packs. And that's the whole commercial. That would be lit. Other than that, a time machine so we can go back and buy Newegg when it was at $10. Right? That would have been a nice stake or acquisition. What up, homie? Welcome back. Thanks for taking the time. No, I get that. It takes money to buy whiskey, though, right? And your homie wants to get lit. So it's going to cost a bit. I think that's okay, though. I'm super on board with that. You let me know how much, Ryan. Let's make it happen. Fuck, I'll take a Power Pack Super Bowl ad over our Bitcoin. 1,000 times over. At least one converts into tangible revenue. But again, I don't think it would be worthwhile unless they knew that they had the inventory to, support the volume that would entail, which I would be substantial. But if they're like, yeah, we got lots of inventory, man, like we could definitely onboard like, 5x as to what we've got or more, right? Um, then I say, push it. Because what's the commercial take to make? That part's very cheap. Um, just the airtime would be expensive, but I do think worthwhile. Because then everybody at home or wherever who's watching the Super Bowl is immediately going to the website, you know, and then they start pulling packs. What a beautiful day that will be. If that happens, you will have all won. Very much so. Because I do wonder if the Power Packs has enough volume right now. Like, obviously we see, because they give you the pull numbers, right, as to how much your dollar will convert back to. And they're basically taking 6%, then plus the buyback is another 10%. So they are making pretty good percentages on people's participation. But it's like, how much volume is there? You know, how many people do they have ripping packs? Oh, it would be the football cards during the Super Bowl. Well, you do them both for sure, because people love Pokemon too, but the football cards, I never even considered. I'm Canadian. We there's no hockey cards out yet, so we don't even talk about sports cards. Shout out to everybody who's pulling baseball cards and basketball cards and football cards, right? Like, that's pretty cool too. It's all hockey cards in Canada, which I mean makes sense, but gotta get that Wayne Gretzky rookie card, right? What is the most expensive hockey card? Oh, it is a Gretzky card. Even a Connor McDavid card is way up there. Holy shit. That's like a new card. Wow. I didn't realize hockey cards were selling for this much too. I thought, okay, maybe Ryan's ignoring them because they're not selling for as much, but what is up with the trading cards? I'm gonna be like put into an insane asylum because I can't like rationalize the price of them. That's crazy. Anything to add to today's YouTube video that we film later? Also, shout outs. Thank you guys for watching that and leaving your likes and comments on that. It all helps. And honestly, the better or the larger we can build this community, the better our plays will perform. Like, it's about directing liquidity. And for years, I've seen it directed at out of the money calls, and they've just been bleeding you guys dry. But I think it's time that Super Strong starts buying some in the money calls tied with a technical entry model, right? And then we can maybe start to swing the price of GameStop in our favor here. And then, when we're doing that, we can do it in periods of low liquidity, which is going to put a lot of pressures on the shorts. So the likes help, whether you realize it or not. It's just not for me and my ad revenue, which I hope to get to help exercise my warrants, of course. But to do so, I intend to give my best for you guys. And shout out to all of our viewers, just for being here. Thank you so much. This is more popular than my Magic stream. I'm not kidding. That's actually impressive. So eventually, we'll get to the point where everybody's super happy, right? And we can branch out and maybe advertise a little bit more, which I need to get better at. I need to be tweeting and stuff. Should we at Ryan? Be like, hey, Ryan, where's my Super Bowl commercial? You better be making it. Start bullying him. Oh, man, that actually would be fun. That probably is addicting, bullying billionaires online. I mean, that's basically what we're all doing here. You know? Sorry, Ken. It is what it is, though. 20 minutes to go. And we are at 9.16 million. Yeah, no, I like to see those 10 million volume days. That's a good start. 20 million's even better. 50 million, something's happening. And at 100 million, you better be scaling out. And we talked about that, right? Because a lot of people are like, I think we got rid of it. A lot of people, I seen this from another prominent content creator, Jackie, saying, oh, you know, it's going to squeeze for 11.35 days. That's so fantastic. This 11.35 days is based on its daily average volume. And when we go from doing 5 million volume a day to 20 million volume a day, it doesn't take 11 days anymore. It only takes 1 or 2, right? So let's get that off my chest. What are we doing? Taking the hobbits to Isengard? Poor Gullet, dude. How's your days, Ozzy? Hope all is well. We're big chillin'. You just had your mom's yearbook photos pulled up. Just kidding. I'm looking at power packs. Looking at not only Pokemon cards, but we had the hockey cards pulled up too, and it's just crazy how much these things are selling for. I truly can't comprehend it. I'm flabbergasted. You know, I don't know. 20 years down the road, I'm going to be like, you know, having my midlife crisis. I'll be on the therapy chair there, and I'll just be like, yeah, but in 2025, you know, this Charizard was 250K. Like, you don't understand. Right? Just breathe. Just breathe. Warrants 420, blaze it. That's 490. Well, close enough, right? I don't need an excuse, do I? You're the one making it. Tired, didn't sleep enough. Well, as you can tell, I also didn't have enough sleep, and then I'm like 4 coffees deep today. So I've had way too much caffeine. I don't think I'll be sleeping after. I think I'll just get right onto Twitch and go on like a rampage. Well, I actually want to film some videos first, get those out of the way, and then maybe play some Battlefield, watch some movies. I don't know, man. I can't get into Andor is the thing. It's so slow. Oh, 420, blaze it. I thought you said you didn't need an excuse. Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt. Yeah, having trouble getting into Andor. I love Star Wars, but it just seems so slow. All right, little end of day run here. 15 minutes left. Let's make it count, people. You had the same? You drink coffee? I didn't know that, homie. Oh, a few episodes are on the slow side, but it ramps up. Okay. Well, maybe we'll give it another little bit. We were watching It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia this morning. Oh, man, I love that show. Specifically the older episodes. Like those first 6 or 7 seasons. Ugh. It's too much. It does seem like they're always just in ballrooms talking to one another, posturing. That kind of seems like a lot of it. but I'm sure I'll get into it. Like, I love all of Star Wars, so why aren't you good? And you're so expensive, Andor, right? So you're supposed to be the best, I heard, which is classic me. I love everything that anyone hates, and if people really like something, I'm like, no, no, thank you, not for me. I'm quite contrarian. As when I'm on the stocks, I'm a quantitarian. Stop it. I'm here all week. All month, actually. All December. Again, thanks for stopping by, everybody. Leave a like on the stream. Helps a lot. If you want to scale out, I think that's a good idea. I'm going to say it every single day. I don't want anyone's trade ever turning red here. Unless I mess up entry, but then we're managing our risk, which I hope not to do. Right? We shouldn't, and if we do, we're really good at managing risk. Power Packs is lit. Super jealous of that. How's volatility? We're kind of checking in on that throughout the day. If I can find you. Get over here. 64.5, that's new high a day, right? We started the day at just 60. So 5% IV is not bad. And our season 2 is worth it. Unfortunately, you have to get through season 1, which is where I'm stuck. That is right where I'm stuck. How much is a Super Bowl ad? It probably matters when it's probably more expensive closer to halftime, right? I bet it's not a linear pricing. I bet specific times are more. I don't know. I just assume. $8 million on average for a 30-second? No, that's nothing. We are doing that. Fuck, you guys could pay for that. 8 million for 30 seconds. That is nothing. Not for GameStop. Do we get a season 3? Have they confirmed that? GameStop getting that end of day run. 10 minutes left. No season 3. Oh. All right. I mean, honestly, we still need that Darth Maul show, though, right? Which I would be head over heels for. Darth Maul is my favorite. I dressed up as Darth Maul as a kid for Halloween when I was probably too old to be dressing up. I was like, no, 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 no. I'm going as Darth Maul. Here's my mask. Here's my cape. Give me my lightsaber. See you later. And go steal some candy. As a Sith Lord does, you know? Proof that chatbot is untrustable. It doesn't think that, no, it was like a plastic mask with like the elastic behind or whatever. Um, Proof that chatbot's an idiot. It doesn't think that it thinks it's a waste of money. It's like telling me all these other ways that we could be spending $8 million on creator campaigns and, just generalized advertising. It doesn't even get me, man. But I mean, that's one thing that you would only know if you were Ryan. What's the volume of these packs and are you able to, scale up? And, what's the, like the return on it? Is it, is it going to outweigh the 7 million or 8 million advertising fee? And I'm sure you'll have to pay for the commercial or whatever as well, but that would be far cheaper. And at $2,500 a pack, taking what, 16% per pack, how many packs would you need people to open? I think you could probably do it. It's not that many. Well, I guess it's quite a bit, but we've seen just one individual ripping 20 lunar packs. Like, chatbot thinks it's better for GameStop to spend 10 million carpet bombing YouTube, Twitch, and other TCG channels, whether it be on Twitter, Discord, on people who are already interested in that. Well, I mean, that kind of does make sense. But the football cards, everybody's interested in football. He alluded to the recent interview that they can't get enough cards currently. Yeah. We seen that. And then right after that, we seen Larry buying cards that weren't PSA. He was buying some other company's slabs. Which then made me wonder, is this an additional partnership to PSA? Or, like, what the hell, Larry? What are you doing? Because I remember that happened back to back. That's something we could potentially get on this earnings, right? Was that the slab name? That's a terrible company name. um, maybe that's something we get this earnings is additional, um, like slab partnerships, I guess. But I think a big draw to the power packs is the PSA, right? Again, I don't know what these poser packs are, if they have that reputation or not. SGC. Was was this what they were? I think this is them, yeah. I'm pretty sure. But then again, how do you differentiate between the two? Like a lot of people will be specifically wanting PSA cards, and so if you get an SGC card, are you less happy with it? I don't know. Is there like what's the market difference, I guess, between the two cards that are the same, one graded by SGC, one graded by PSA? Is there a premium difference there? Hmm. All right, maybe no Super Bowl commercial. Maybe this weekend, if we have time, we'll try to get a VPN set up and maybe do a couple pulls just to sell on eBay. Maybe. I know that's not good for inventory, so I don't want to be doing it a ton. But I also think it would be great for content, and I would like to do it consistently in hopes that GameStop will sponsor the stream. Because if we could get an actual corporate sponsor, mwah, you know that's on the goal board over there. All right, ding ding dong. That is it for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's with great he didn't. And then they rip it away. I was going to say we're green on the day, but I guess not. So until off beta, I wouldn't. Yeah, it would mostly just be to try and, just to make sure that we could know how to do it. I wouldn't be doing lunar packs, obviously. I can't even afford a lunar pack right now. But we do some cheaper packs for sure, just to make sure that we're doing our best, and then hopefully it grows from there, right? So that's that. We're gonna jump off for the day. Thank you all so much for stopping by. Appreciate each and every one of you. Have a fantastic afternoon. If you need anything, I'm in the Discord. Just give Hello Good Game a Google. Hello Good Game link tree if you need it. It'll come up. Boom. Not Hello Good Trade, Hello Good Game, and then join the community Discord, and then we're in Stonkadelphia if you'll need anything. You already know to be scaling these out. I don't know how many times I could possibly say that. We took a look at everything. The FedWatch pricing in a rate cut, almost certainly so. So the market ripping on that, and we kind of just watched it happen, right? Clear as day. Kind kind of discussing that problem with a couple other creators. IV's up on the day, which is great. And yeah, y'all have a fantastic afternoon. I'm back tomorrow, all December long. And if we can actually make this semi-successful, we'll never go away, right? So thank you so much. I'm going to be on Twitch. Thank you, Pizza. Appreciate that. A little later, probably just like watching movies, and I'll probably take a nap. I don't know if I'm lucky enough to fall asleep after this many coffees, but oh, the warrants kept up to 425. Nice. Yeah, take care of yourselves. Again, if you need anything, we'll be on Twitch, probably taking a look at futures tonight before bed, and then we're again on Twitch tomorrow morning, bright and early, as well as that midday start here after we do our day trading. So thank you so much, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Take care. What time are we going to stream tomorrow? Same time. Like I'll be here at 10. There'll be 12 Eastern at the latest. 10 Mountain Standard for me. So at the latest, 12 Eastern. But if I wrap up and I'm have everything taken care of ahead of time, I'll jump on early like I did today. All right. Thanks again, everyone. Do take care of yourselves.